Chapter 567. Killing intent gradually condensed in the air. Ron and Orleaf coldly stared at each other, unable to suppress the killing intent in their eyes. "Kill him," Orleaf ordered, pointing the wind blade in his hand forward. At this moment, the Guangming enforcers moved. The archmages with dark gold weapons, Guangming priests, crossbowmen, and other ranged professions rained down attacks on Ron. The honorary knights raised their shields high, and a defensive halo enveloped the entire team. The Guangming enforcers were a single entity. Even the experts of the sacred domain would find their attacks troublesome. Ron also noticed that apart from the paladins, priests, swordsmen, assassins, and other professions, the Guangming enforcers were mostly spellbreakers like Orleaf. Those special professions that wielded large wind blades and were covered in iron armor gave Ron an extremely dangerous feeling. The spellbreaker profession was extremely rare. It required a lot of talent, and it was not easy to train. Who knew how the Holy See had secretly trained so many spellbreakers? White Bone Shield. Ron did not dare to be careless. He softly chanted an incantation, and a large white bone shield appeared in front of him, blocking the ranged attacks of the Guangming enforcers that rained down like rain. "Souls slumbering in hell, accept my call and become my servant." At this moment, Ron began to chant in a low voice. He raised the dragon bone staff in his hand, and soul power covered his entire body. His black robe fluttered without wind, as if a great magician was casting a spell. His expression was indescribably holy and solemn, and his power was incomparably mysterious and powerful. Ka. There was a commotion on the ground. The black soil was overturned, and countless undead creatures drilled out from the ground. Among them were skeletal warriors, and skeletal archmages. Under Ron's control, these undead creatures were like an army that had received an order, and they madly pounced on Orleaf and the Guangming enforcers. "Be careful, he's summoning something. Damn it, necromancers are indeed evil heretics. Kill them." Guangming's enforcers roared angrily. They immediately switched targets and fired long-range spells and crossbows at the undead creatures. Boom, boom, boom! Beside the River of Joseph, a fierce battle broke out. This time, it was a battle between the Guangming law enforcement team and the undead creatures. Under the full force of the Guangming law enforcement team, the undead creatures turned into clouds of black smoke and disappeared. Ron frowned slightly. At this time, he clearly saw that the divine power of the Guangming law enforcement team had a restraining effect on the undead creatures. When the same attack hit the skeletons, the attack without divine power could only injure the skeletons, but the attack with divine power could make the skeletons disappear. Bloodthirsty frenzy. Ron was left with no other choice. He waved his dragon bone staff and cast a group buff spell. Red dots of light appeared in the air, and in an instant, the strength of the undead army rose by a level. The eyes of the skeletons turned red. Their strength, attack, and defense greatly increased. They seemed to have gone crazy as they fiercely pounced at the Guangming law enforcement team. Fierce killing intent covered half the sky. Ron couldn't help but sneer. The strength of the skeletons had greatly increased with the buff of the bloodthirsty frenzy. Relying on their outstanding numbers, they were evenly matched with the Guangming law enforcement team. At this time, Olive moved. He spun the wind blade in his hand while his other hand held a large shield to protect his body. He charged at Ron like a heavy infantry, the wind blade in his hand ruthlessly chopping down. Mist concealment spell. Ron had been paying attention to him for a long time. Seeing this, he coldly snorted and his body turned into a cloud of smoke, instantly leaving the place. Ever since he became a Grand Magus Necromancer, his casting speed and reaction speed had increased by more than 10 times. Damn it! Olive's attack missed, and his heart was filled with hatred. At this time, he saw Ron appear in the middle of the undead army. He frowned and a plan formed in his mind. Ron's pornographic novelist figure was hidden in the middle of the undead creatures, concentrating on dealing with Olive's attack. He wouldn't lower his guard against the legendary spellbreaker. At this time, something unexpected happened. With a whoosh, a wind blew behind Ron's head. He saw a skeleton hero suddenly turn around and attack Ron. What? Impossible. Facing the skeleton's sudden attack, Ron jumped in fright. Fortunately, His reaction was fast, and he leaned back to dodge the attack. That skeleton hero's axe brushed past his body. If he had reacted a bit later, he would have been split in half by the heavy axe. What's going on? The skeletons I summoned are actually rebelling? Attacking their own master? Although he was lucky enough to escape, Ron was still in a state of shock. The reality in front of his eyes far surpassed his understanding. At this time, the skeletons around him turned their heads. There were about 10 of them, and their gazes were filled with hostility as they coldly stared at him, making Ron's hair stand on end. They can't be, right? Ron was flabbergasted. Looking at those skeletons, they seemed to have a strange consciousness. He felt that his soul connection with those skeletons had been severed. Sure enough, those skeletons let out strange cries and waved their weapons, attacking Ron. Fuck! Ron cursed bitterly in his heart. At the same time, he immediately dodged. The spells of the skeleton magisters had already arrived. Boom! 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 Countless spells exploded, and everywhere Ron went turned into ruins. No matter where Ron escaped, the skeleton archmage's spells would arrive in an instant, beating Ron into a sorry state. He finally tasted the feeling of being attacked by the undead he summoned. Ron, how does it feel to be attacked by the undead you summoned? Isn't it very satisfying? Orleaf laughed happily. So it was all you're doing? Ron finally understood and gnashed his teeth in anger. This method of controlling the other party's summoned creatures was too sinister. That's right. This is the unique skill of the Magi Breaker, control. As long as it's a summoned creature, the Magi Breaker can control it and cause it to bite back. Olaf said proudly, but I've never tried using it on an undead creature. I didn't expect it to work. Damn it, Ron cursed in his heart. As more and more undead creatures were controlled by Orleaf, his situation became more and more difficult. With no other choice, he could only control his own undead creatures to fight against the rebellious undead creatures. Whitebone's soul. The situation was getting worse and worse for Ron. At this time, Ron let out a loud shout and grabbed the dragon bone staff with his hand. A white light was forcibly pulled out of the dragon bone staff and kept pulsing in his palm. Whitebone's soul. A powerful single-target soul attack type undead magic. It was incomparably powerful. Those who were hit would lose their ability to fight and turn into idiots. Go to hell. Ron's face was sinister. The white-bone soul in his hand was like a snake as it attacked Orleaf. Since the summoned undead creatures were being controlled, then what about the soul attack? Facing such a powerful soul attack, Orleaf didn't panic. He coldly smiled and waved the wind blade in his hand, releasing a strange light from his hand. Magic backlash. The strange light instantly blasted the bone soul into two halves. However, the moment the bone soul was destroyed, Ron's body felt as if it had been struck by lightning. He only felt a piercing pain in his soul and a sweet taste in his throat. With a pu sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. You. Ron was already injured. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Orleaf in disbelief. Haha, it's useless. We spell breakers are the nemesis of all magic. As long as you're a mage, you won't be able to escape the fate of being restrained by spell breakers. Your undead magic is also a type of magic. Victory was in Orleaf's grasp. He laughed loudly. Whether it's a single target attack or a summon, you won't be able to hurt me. Indeed, having a strong immunity to magic, coupled with magic recoil and control, had offset most of the mage's advantages. All the mages in front of the spell breaker were like mice trying to pull a turtle. Of course, the spell breaker also had weaknesses. His weakness was that his attack power was not strong, and he lacked powerful offensive combat skills. However, when facing a mage who had lost the advantage of magic, just relying on a spinning wind blade was enough to deal with him. Control all the undead creatures. Kill those that can't be controlled. At this time, Orleaf smiled and gave the order. The spell breakers in Guangming's law enforcement team understood and used the control skill one after another. At this time, Ron saw clearly that a beam of dark red light smashed into the skull, and the skull stopped moving. Its eyes flickered as if it was having a fierce battle with the invading consciousness. Soon, it announced that it had fallen. As more and more undead creatures were controlled by the spell breakers, the resistance that Ron had summoned had been wiped out. At this moment, Orleaf and the Guangming law enforcement team had firmly surrounded Ron. Beside them, a large number of skeletons stood with weapons in their hands, blocking Ron's escape route. Ron knew that these skeletons had been controlled by Orleaf and the Guangming law enforcement team. They had cut off his soul connection with the skeletons and replaced them with their consciousness, turning them into his enemies. For a moment, the situation was extremely bad. Ron had also encountered the greatest danger since he became a powerhouse of the sacred domain. Orleaf took a step forward and said coldly, "Ron, accept your fate. In front of spell breakers, no magic profession has the ability to fight back. You are the same. Damn it. Is there really no way to deal with them?" Ron's mind spun quickly, but no matter how he thought, he could not think of a way to deal with it. The talent of spell breakers was too terrifying. It seems that I can only leave now. I'll go back and slowly think of a way to deal with it, Ron thought as he slowly moved back. However, this move was seen through by Orleaf. He smiled. "Don't think about escaping. It's useless. We spell breakers also have a spatial imprisonment skill. This skill is specially used to restrain the teleportation of mages. Ron, it's a waste of effort for you to escape." "What?" Ron was stunned. At this time, he felt the space around him move as if it was sealed by something. His misconcealment could not be used at all. "This is bad." Ron cried out in his heart. His heart sank to the bottom of the valley. At this time, Orleaf moved. He suddenly raised the huge wind blade in his hand and spun it like a windmill. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Dying." Chapter 568. Ron rolled on the ground, dodging the wind blade. Orleaf chuckled. "It's no use, Ron. You won't be able to escape death no matter how hard you try." Ron crawled up from the ground, battered and exhausted, his eyes staring at Orleaf like a hungry wolf. In the face of danger, he actually calmed down. Mage breakers are truly terrifying. Whether it's magic or summon creatures, I'm no match for them. What should I do? If it was any other class, Ron would already be dead. However, mage breakers didn't have high attack power. Even mage breakers from the sacred domain were the same. They only had wind blades and a few limited skills, so Ron could still stand there unscathed. However, as the encirclement gradually shrank, Ron's range of movement gradually decreased. Orleaf had a sinister smile on his face as he approached step by step. At this time, Ron's heart skipped a beat. "I got it. Why don't I try using curse magic?" Just as Orleaf raised his wine blade with a sinister smile, Ron made his move. Dark Spirit Vision. Ron waved the dragonbone staff in his hand, and a green light instantly spread out. This light turned into countless specks of light that fell on everyone's heads and bodies like pollen. These specks of light were extremely small and couldn't be seen with the naked eye. The specks of light quickly spread out like a plague, and no one was aware that they had been hit. In an instant, everyone felt their vision darken. "Not good. I can't see anything. What's going on? My eyes." Weak spirit vision quickly took effect, and the Guangming enforcers were thrown into chaos. They shouted in panic, threw down their weapons, and rubbed their eyes with all their might. However, it was no use. They still couldn't see. Ron was delighted. It's really effective. Curse magic was the most mysterious power of necromancy. It wasn't a magic, nor was it an attack. It was something similar to an illusion. Through deceiving the target's vision, touch, feeling, and strong psychological suggestion, various effects of curses could be achieved. For example, when the target himself believed that he really couldn't see anything clearly, then he really couldn't see anything. As an expert of the sacred domain, Orleaf was unavoidably affected. Even though his willpower was much stronger than an ordinary person's, he felt as if a layer of black fog had covered his eyes. He did not completely lose his sight, but his vision was greatly reduced. "Don't panic, don't panic," Olive ordered loudly. Orleaf's words did not have any effect. Not everyone could adapt to the sudden loss of sight. Panic was a very normal reaction. Olive quickly calmed down. He looked at Ron and felt that Ron's figure was gradually becoming blurry. He seemed to understand something and said in a deep voice, Is this your doing? Not bad. Seeing that the curse technique had taken effect, Ron's spirits were lifted. Crooked path, Ron, you are indeed a heretic. Facing this mysterious attack, Olive couldn't think of a way to deal with it. He tried all kinds of methods, but he couldn't get rid of this effect. Ron smiled. Olive, how about you take a look at this? After saying that, Ron lightly waved his staff and chanted. His left hand formed a claw, and a strange aura filled the entire space. Ron's aura changed, and the entire space became bright. The curse technique, Dark Spirit Vision, disappeared and was replaced by another curse technique. This curse technique was weakened. In an instant, everyone's eyes saw something. Before they could rejoice for long, a terrifying thing happened. They saw that their physical strength was rapidly draining away. Their entire bodies became limp, and they couldn't even stand properly. Not good. Why did I become like this? My power is gone. It's Ron's doing. He used an evil spell. Devil. He's a devil. The members of Guangming's enforcers came back to their senses. They stare at Ron with fear in their eyes. To them, this mysterious undead magic was too terrifying. Undead calamity. Ron took a deep breath and took this opportunity to counterattack. Countless undead creatures were summoned at once. In an instant, a dense swarm of undead creatures appeared in front of everyone. They roared and brandished their weapons as they charged toward Guangming's enforcers. The strength of Guangming's enforcers was greatly reduced. They only resisted for a while before collapsing. They wanted to control the undead creatures that were summoned, but unfortunately, their strength was reduced and they were unable to do so. Every time they used control, it consumed a lot of energy. The powerful abyssal dragon bone was also summoned by Ron. Wherever it went, it brought death. Countless enforcers were burned alive by the black flames spewed out by the bone dragon. Ron hid among the skeletons. His body was faintly discernible like mist. The bone spear in his hand was constantly thrusting. Every attack would take the life of a Guangming's enforcers. Their strength had been reduced to half, so they were naturally no match for Ron. Steady, steady. Orleaf was horrified. To them, this kind of terrifying attack was simply unheard of. It forcefully weakened the enemy's strength. How could they fight? Bang! Ron's bone spear ruthlessly pierced the chest of a Guangming's enforcers. That guy clutched his chest as blood dyed his white robe red. His eyes were filled with intense unwillingness as his heavy body slowly collapsed. In the chaotic crowd, Ron saw Orleaf. He faintly smiled and strode over with the bone spear dripping with blood. Orleaf also saw Ron. He coldly snorted, and a wind blade in his hand began to spin like a windmill. Pornographic novel boom. The two fiercely clashed. Orleaf's body staggered back a few steps, his eyes filled with disbelief. His strength had been greatly reduced. Although he was not affected as much as the others, he had still lost a third of his strength. The other Guangming's enforcers had lost more than half of their strength. Although it was only a third, facing Ron, who was also a sacred domain expert, this third was enough to be fatal. Tell me, what did you do? Orleaf took a deep breath and stared at Ron. Ron faintly smiled. It's nothing. You've all been cursed by me. The legendary curse technique? Orleaf was shocked. His eyes widened. Does such a thing really exist? Ron did not answer. He seized the opportunity to attack, causing the weakened Orleaf to panic. Run! Someone shouted. The Guangming's enforcers scattered in all directions in fear. Everything that was happening in front of them was far beyond their imagination. Want to run? Not a chance. Ron coldly laughed. He waved the dragon bone staff and commanded the undead army to surround the few hundred Guangming's enforcers. Not good. We've been surrounded. The Guangming's enforcers finally knew what Ron wanted to do. He wanted to kill everyone, not leaving a single one alive. Orleaf was a little anxious. The Holy Sea's Guangming's enforcers were the elites of the elites. They were secretly selected from the ground and trained from a young age to reach their current scale. Although there were only 300 of them, their combat power was comparable to an army. The most frightening thing was that this profession was the nemesis of all magicians. They carried out assassinations and missions to arrest heretics and non-believers. Every enforcer had several lives on their hands. They were the Holy See's knives that killed without spilling blood. In order to eliminate the Scourge Church, they were sent out with the approval of His Majesty the Pope. But who would have thought that hundreds of years of hard work would be buried here in one day? Orleaf's cold sweat flowed down. Orleaf led the Guangming's enforcers to charge left and right, but they could not break out of the encirclement. The undead creatures were continuously summoned, surrounding the Guangming's enforcers like an iron bucket. "Ron, are you really going to kill us all?" Orleaf shouted loudly, his eyes filled with despair. The Guangming's enforcers were the painstaking efforts of the Holy See. They had spent countless resources and energy to cultivate them. If they died here, even Orleaf could not bear the responsibility. "Hee, what do you think?" Ron smiled coldly. He did not waste any more words with Orleaf. The robe on his body moved without any wind, and his body slowly rose. Powerful soul energy filled the entire sky, blocking the sunlight and darkening the sky. If he did not kill the snake, there would be endless trouble in the future. Ron would not let go of this opportunity to turn the tables. Ron's eyes turned green. He raised the dragon bone staff high, and a shocking aura pressed down. Death decay. The earth shook, and a large crack appeared in the ground. Countless amounts of death energy erupted from the ground. The death energy had a strong corrosive nature and could decompose all matter. Not good, my hand. My hand is gone. Save me, I don't want to die. No one could escape the attack range of death withering. Facing such a powerful and terrifying attack, endless despair rose in their hearts. They were like flowers that were about to wither, carrying all kinds of unwillingness to part with the mortal world as they slowly fell to the ground. Boom! The intense black light shone through the sky, causing even the sun to lose its luster. Beside the Joseph River, the water had almost completely evaporated. The grass, stones, and corpses on the ground had all been devoured by the power of death. Ron finally withdrew his power and slowly landed. Looking at the mess in front of him, Ron could not help but frown. Damn it, he still escaped. The one who escaped was Orleaf. He was no match for Ron, but escaping was not a problem. After all, he was still a sacred domain powerhouse. However, other than Orleaf, the other members of the Guangming enforcers were not so lucky. They were surrounded by undead creatures, and then all of them were killed by death decay. They were truly wiped out. From now on, there would be no more such frightening enforcers in the world. This terrifying army, stained with the blood of rebels, was swept into the trash heap of history by Ron. Although the ending was not perfect, Ron could only accept it. He originally wanted to kill Orleaf as well. There were not many opportunities to kill a sacred domain powerhouse of the Holy See. Orleaf's death would definitely be a heavy blow to the Holy See. Chapter 569. What did you say? Guangming's law enforcement team was completely wiped out? In a simple and crude camp, an angry old man grabbed Olive by the collar and lifted him up like a little chick. In the Hall of Judgment, Guangming's Grand Judge Nor heard the news and immediately flew into a rage. "Olive, what the hell are you doing? Do you know how big of a crime you've committed?" "My lord, I have no choice." Orleaf had a long face as he recounted the entire story of his encounter with Ron. After listening to Olive's report, Nord's expression improved. He snorted coldly and let go of Olive's collar. Olive touched his neck with lingering fear. Grand Judge Nord was extraordinarily powerful when he was angry. He was in existence second only to His Majesty the Pope. Nord was rather helpless about Olive's actions. Olive was one of his right-hand men, and he could not bear to be too harsh on him. The Holy See was also filled with open strife and veiled strife. Olive and Nord were from the same faction, so Nord would naturally protect him. The matter of this holy war was also handled by Grand Judge Nord. Their mission was to kill Ron, eliminate necromancers, and cleanse the world of all evil. As for attacking the kingdom of Ebia, it was also incidental. After all, they were in cahoots with evil forces. Nord took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He said slowly, "Guangming's law enforcement team is one of the law enforcement forces created by the Holy See. They have a special position in the Holy See. Sir Olive, this matter is too big, and I can't help you. I can only report it to the Holy See. You can explain it to His Majesty yourself." Nord purposely emphasized the word sir to show that he was drawing a line between himself and Olive. When Olive heard this, he was frightened and said hurriedly, "Ah, this, sir. You can't leave me alone." Grand Judge Nord glanced at him. Seeing that it was about time, he said slowly, "It's not like there's no way to smoothly resolve this matter." "What method?" A glimmer of hope appeared in Olive's eyes. Nord slowly raised his head, his white hair fluttering in the wind. Even though he was old, his body was still tall and sturdy. "Attack Manchester, kill Ron, and exterminate the necromancers. This is the only way to atone for your crimes and lessen your responsibility." The wind carried a salty smell, and the clouds in the sky surged uneasily, as if they were foreseeing the arrival of a war. On the ground, rows of people in white clothes and white armor were lined up in a row. It was as if a densely packed army had descended. The air was filled with an austere aura. The army of the Holy See had finally arrived. Dark City was shrouded in dark clouds. As one of the defensive measures, the canopy of undead had already been activated. Dark fog filled the sky, making it hard to see the layout of the city clearly. In Dark City, countless eyes were looking at the battlefield. They were the Abia army that had retreated to Dark City. They were lying in ambush in Dark City's city walls and under the houses. Their faces were filled with uneasiness. On the high city walls, the 4 Sacred Domain warriors, Ron, D-Lin, Kay, and Corbett, stood in a row like a rock in front. Behind them were Kadena, Shea, Juliana, and Catherine. As for people like Becerra and Rainey who didn't have any combat power, they had already arranged places to go. The 4 Sacred Domain warriors looked solemn. The strength of the Holy See army in front of them was far beyond their expectations. The situation doesn't look good. After a long time, Corbett sighed slowly. The opponent's strength is much stronger than we expected. How many Sacred Domain warriors do they have? Ron frowned and asked. 5. They have one more than us. Corbett glanced at Ron and said, "Almost half of the Holy See's strength has appeared. Ron, it seems like they value you quite a lot." "There are only 5 of them? If that's the case, it doesn't seem like a big problem," Ron murmured. In terms of the number of Sacred Domain warriors, Dark City wasn't at a huge disadvantage. Besides, Ron still had a trick up his sleeve. Ron gently pinched the Sorcerer's Stone in his arms, and an imperceptible smile appeared on Ron's face. "Although there are only 5 of them, they're all powerful Sacred Domain warriors," Corbett said in a low voice. "Don't forget, there's still more than 60,000 Sacred Domain warriors. Even if the 4 of us can stop the 5 Sacred Domain warriors, we will still fail if the Holy See army enters Dark City." Then why don't we just kill those Sacred Domain warriors first?" Kay sneered. She clenched her fists, making cracking sounds. "As long as we kill the Sacred Domain warriors, the remaining pawns won't be a problem." When everyone heard this, they glanced at Kay, thinking that it wouldn't be that easy. The Sacred Domain warriors on the battlefield were terrifyingly silent. They knelt down and drew a cross in front of their chests. It seemed like they were praying. That's right, they were praying right in front of the hundreds of thousands of Dark City soldiers on the battlefield. "What are they doing?" An Abia general couldn't help but ask. "They are praying." No one answered him. Only Lachlan, who was standing next to him, answered the question. "Praying? Are they praying to their god?" The general's eyes lit up. "This is a good opportunity. They are now in a state of carelessness. As long as our cavalry unit attacks, they will definitely be caught off guard. At that time, we can defeat them all at once," the general said excitedly. But after a while, he didn't get any response. Everyone looked solemn, as if they didn't hear what he said. "What's wrong? You don't seem very happy?" The general was stunned. He scratched his head with a blank face. "It's no use." Juliana, who had been silent all this time, shook her head and sighed. "They are not an ordinary army." Juliana was right. The Holy Army in front of them was not an ordinary army. Although they were few in number, they were very powerful. They had more than 40,000 senior professionals, more than 10,000 master professionals, more than 2,000 master professionals, and 5 Sacred Domain professionals. Even if 100,000 Ebian rebels rushed out, it would be a tragedy. After seeing the true strength of the Holy See in front of her, Juliana realized that her decision to establish an independent country was very foolish. The reason why the rebels were able to survive in the Abia province was because they didn't receive the attention of the Holy See. Now, it seemed that the Holy See only needed to use a tenth of their strength to eliminate the Ebian rebels. Manchester had already fallen. Juliana had mixed feelings about Ron. She was grateful that Ron had become her protector and protected her in establishing the kingdom of Ebia. However, because of his special identity and profession, he was destined to be an enemy of the Holy See and bring disaster to himself. But if it weren't for him, who would dare to go against the Holy See? Juliana was very conflicted. She sighed and thought that it was useless to think so much now. She could only act according to the circumstances. There were indeed 5 sacred domain professionals in the Holy Army that launched the Holy War. They were Judge Guangming Nord of the Hall of Judgment, Judge Ivan of the Hall of Judgment, Commander of the Holy Knights of the Hall of Honor, Priest Imina of the Hall of Redemption, and the new sacred domain professional, Holy Archer Higman. He didn't hold any position in the Holy See. This time, he was eager to perform. Basically, except for His Majesty Pope and a few others, the main force of the Holy See was basically here. In the Hall of Judgment, Judge Guangming Nord was kneeling on the ground with his eyes closed. His hands were constantly making the sign of the cross, and his mouth was constantly praying. It was as if he was atoning to the gods and washing away the sins on his body. The whole battlefield was silent. After a long time, Nord finally ended his prayer. He opened his eyes, stood up, and said in a deep voice, "It's about time." Ivan, Boulder, Imina, and Higman stood up one by one. Their eyes were shining. It was obvious that the time for the battle had finally come. "Is it starting?" Ivan smiled with his hands behind his back. "It's a battle worth looking forward to. It's been a long time since the Holy See made such a big move. Leave Ron to me. This time, I definitely won't let him escape." Imena's eyes were filled with coldness. She was filled with bone-deep hatred for Ron. Higman's eyes were brimming with strong confidence. "I believe Guangming can purify everything. These heretics can't be allowed to live in this world." The Holy See army moved. The army soldiers in white stood up from the ground. Under the orders of several sacred domain experts, they took out their weapons from their space bags. In an instant, a powerful killing intent filled the entire space and filled the entire battlefield. In Undercity, everyone's hearts tightened. The army soldiers were expressionless. In an instant, all kinds of lights lit up on the battlefield. Everyone on Undercity's wall saw this, and their expressions changed. An Abia army commander exclaimed, They're casting all kinds of buffs." In the Holy See army, a large number of Guangming priests and great Guangming priests began casting all kinds of buffs. These buffs could increase the combat strength of the target, such as strength blessing, attack enhancement, holy defense, and so on. At the same time, the paladins in the army activated their auras, such as attack aura, defense aura, bramble aura, and so on. With these buffs, the army's strength increased by more than one level. Ron's expression sank. "Everyone, get ready. They're about to attack." Sure enough, that wasn't the case. As soon as Ron's voice fell, a powerful light shone from the army and rose into the sky. It was especially bright in the gloomy sky. The light seemed to possess a shocking power. For a moment, the eyes of all the Holy See soldiers lit up. Guangming's holy word dealt double damage to demons and undead on the battlefield. This was a sacred domain level Guangming spell. Its caster was no doubt the priest Imina. At the same time, this was the signal for the Holy See army to attack. Chapter 570. Kill. Kill them all. Kill these blasphemers. The Sacred Legion roared and marched forward in unison, charging towards Undercity. Disperse. A Guangming priest cast the spell Disperse, opening a gap in the canopy of undead. The battle to defend Undercity had officially begun. "They're here." Ron tried his best to suppress the nervousness in his heart. He took a deep breath and said, "Get ready to defend," Juliana said in a deep voice. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, the people of Undercity were still shocked by the true strength of the Sacred Army. Jump! An honorary knight leapt onto the 10-meter-tall city wall. His body flashed with various kinds of light as he raised his heavy scepter and smashed it down on the head of an Abia soldier. The Abia soldier screamed as his brain was splattered, and he died on the spot. He's here. Kill him. The appearance of the sacred knight angered the Abia soldiers. They roared and charged at him with weapons in their hands. These weak Abia soldiers came from poor families and tried their best to defend their homeland. You're overestimating yourself. The honorary knight sneered as he raised his scepter, and a powerful light descended from the sky. Sacred light. Boom! With a loud bang, the area around 10 meters around the honorary knight was enveloped in a strong light. Wherever the light went, the Ethiopian soldiers were sent flying. Some of their bodies were blasted in two and fell to the ground, but they didn't die immediately. Their screams echoed throughout the battlefield. For a moment, the area around the honorary knight was swept clean as if a gust of wind had swept past. The surrounding Abia soldiers were terrified and didn't dare to approach. Master-level experts were far stronger than ordinary people. As more and more experts leapt onto the city wall, the sacred army's advantage began to increase. The ordinary Abia soldiers who were only at the novice level couldn't resist at all and retreated like the tide. Above the Undercity, the people who saw this scene had solemn expressions. The situation was far worse than they had imagined. Ron stared intently at the battle below the city wall and said in a deep voice, "It seems that we have to take action. Otherwise, we won't be able to resist the attack of the Sacred Legion." D. Lin, Kay, Corbett, and Juliana nodded silently. "Ha ha! Awesome. These people are pitifully weak." The first honorary knight to reach the top of the city wall laughed maniacally. With the scepter in his hand, he slaughtered like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Every time he waved his scepter, he would take the life of an Abia soldier. In his eyes, the resistance of the Abia soldiers was negligible. Their dochi couldn't even break through his defense. On the battlefield at the top of the city walls, the honorary knight was like a war god that had descended to the mortal world. Fresh blood stained his white armor. This was the blood of his enemies. His face was ferocious, and the halos around his body intertwined. For a moment, he was invincible, and the Abia soldiers were slaughtered like sheep. Kill! 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 Just when this master honorary knight was in the midst of his killing spree, he saw a strange movement in the corner of his eyes. He saw a gray figure rushing towards him at lightning speed. "Haha, there's actually someone who dares to take the initiative to attack?" The honorary knight sneered. He didn't dodge, and instead raised his scepter to meet the attack. The speed of the incoming person was very fast. A huge fist became bigger and bigger in his eyes, and the fist was shining with a golden light. The honorary knight felt somewhat uneasy. He faintly felt a strong sense of danger from the opponent's aura. In an instant, his mouth was wide open. Boom! The huge fist bombarded the honorary knight. He only felt a huge force pass through him, and only heard a kacha sound. The crisp sound of bones breaking was particularly loud. The honorary knight's body flew like a kite with a broken string and heavily hit the city wall. He broke through 3 walls before falling down. The Sacred Legion was stunned. Who was this person? How could he be so powerful that he could send a master honorary knight flying with a single punch? The honorary knight's sternum was broken, and he struggled to get up. He looked at the youth in front of him, and his eyes flashed with a look of disbelief. Who are you in the end? With just 1 punch, the honorary knight was seriously injured. The defensive halo and divine blessing on his body were useless in front of this youth. The youth didn't answer. His face was full of coldness. His knuckles made a caw-caw sound, and his fist flashed with a golden light. He approached step by step. Great self-healing. The honorary knight didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately used great self-healing. With a milky white light, his injuries were quickly healed. Unlike the priest's healing, the paladin's self-healing could also heal injuries, but it could only be used on himself. It couldn't heal others. This was also the terrifying part of the paladin profession. Their defense was strong, and they couldn't be killed repeatedly. In a one-on-one situation, the paladin didn't lose to any profession. When the honorary knight healed his injuries and was ready to fight again, he suddenly froze. He saw a huge beast 3 meters tall, weighing several tons, standing in front of him. Its golden hair was shining under the sun. Beaumont, the honorary knight's heart suddenly stopped beating. His face was pale with fright. If it was held below the city wall, he would jump down without hesitation. It was better than facing this terrible magic beast. Kay's eyes turned blood red, shining with the light of killing. He stretched out his huge hand and pinched the honorary knight in the air like a chicken. Let me go, let me go. The honorary knight kept struggling, his eyes flashing with intense fear. Roar! Kay roared and threw the honorary knight like a ball. Then he suddenly punched, and the fist was shining with a golden light. The fist flashed, and the honorary knight's body exploded like an explosion. Blood, broken limbs, and intestines were all over the ground. Not even bones were left. 2 punches. Just 2 punches were enough to kill a master-level powerhouse. There were no tricks involved. There was only raw power and great power. Beaumont actually came. How is this possible? Undercity actually invited the Beaumont clan? Don't. In the face of Kay's peerless ferocity, the surrounding Sacred Legion experts retreated, fearing that they would face this terrible Beaumont. In the Noah continent, the Beaumont clan's reputation was second only to the dragons. Except for the wyverns in the air, they were not afraid of any magic beast on land. Even the powerful dragons could not escape the fate of defeat on the ground. Kai didn't care if those fellows were afraid or not. He unleashed his ferocious might and killed several more people in an instant. In the Sacred Legion, whether it was a master or a master, they simply weren't his match. On the other side of the city wall, the undead army occupied half of the city wall, facing off against the powerful Sacred Army. Countless rays of light lit up within the Sacred Army, and, as the light shone, the undead creatures were reduced to ashes. A powerful Terror Knight rode, a huge bone horse, and whizzed past. The long saber in his hand slashed down, and the head of a Sacred Legion soldier flew into the air. The skeleton warriors cried out, bravely blocking the front with their huge shields. The magisters behind them constantly bombarded the Sacred Legion, making them cry for their parents and retreat in defeat. The Sacred Legion sang hymns, praising the god Guangming. At the same time, as if hypnotized, the light on their bodies became brighter and brighter. Facing the massive undead army, they fought to the death without retreating. In my name, purify all the darkness in the world. A Guangming priest shouted. He raised his scepter high, and wherever the light went, the undead creatures were turned into ashes. Suddenly, the radiant priest felt a sharp pain in his body. His eyes widened as he struggled to turn his head around. He wanted to see who had ambushed him, but there was nothing behind him. There was nothing there. What the hell is going on? The Guangming priest's eyes were filled with unwillingness, confusion, and confusion. His body slowly fell down. A black fog condensed, gradually revealing a figure. It was Ron. He was hiding in the undead army, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The sneak attack was successful, and he killed the Guangming priest. Ron's eyes didn't show any joy, but deep worry. The Sacred Legion was really too powerful. Even if he personally took action, he wouldn't be able to gain too much of an advantage. Ron quietly observed the surroundings. D-Lin and Corbett also joined the battle. D-Lin had already transformed into the Thousand Illusion Ice Wolf. Her water magic was superb, and she was like a powerful water Saint Magus. She summoned powerful water elements, and a dozen ordinary people couldn't get close to her. The Aqua Blue Sword Saint Corbett was even simpler. With his sacred domain strength, he was like a tiger that had grown wings with a sacred sword. Corpses had already fallen around him. These corpses were wearing white clothes and white armor, and many of them were killed with a single strike. Kadena and Shea also joined the battle. Shea was powerful, and she easily moved through the crowd. She cooperated with the lightning of the unicorn and quickly gained the upper hand. Kadena was a bit weaker, and she could only protect herself by following Shea. She cast magic to protect Shea. Surprisingly, as the Queen of Abia, Juliana also joined the battle. She wasn't weak either, and her fire magic was madly bombarded. Ron secretly nodded. At this time, his gaze was cast into the distance. In the distance, several powerful spiritual senses were motionless. He knew that the Sacred Legion's main force had yet to appear, and the real battle had yet to begin. In the distance, Guangming Chief Judge Nord, Guangming Chief Judge Ivan, Sacred Knight Leader Boulder, Holy Priesty Mena, and Holy Archer Higman were watching the fierce battle on the city wall with solemn expressions. This was because they saw two magic beasts. The appearance of these two magic beasts made them have no choice but to pay attention. There are actually 4 sacred domain experts. Even the Beaumont and the Thousand Illusion Ice Wolf have joined Gloom City. What is going on? Guangming Chief Judge Nord asked. The Thousand Illusion Ice Wolf is fine, but Beaumont. Imena bit her lips. The Beaumont clan and Ron's pornographic novel. Didn't they have a conflict? Why would they help him? That Beaumont, I saw him once in the Shearing Wind Plains. Boulder said. At that time, I was also very puzzled. Why would the powerful Beaumont clan mix with the heretic Ron? It's not important to talk about this now. Guangming Chief Judge Ivan said. The important thing is our choice. Several hall masters glanced at each other, and a trace of hesitation flashed in their eyes. They understood in their hearts, what did it mean to fight? Fighting against the Beaumont clan wasn't a good thing, even though Hao Qin wasn't in the Noah continent. Nord took a deep breath, as if he had made some kind of decision. Partners, don't forget that the order we received from His Majesty Pope was. Nord slowly glanced at everyone, and his gaze swept across them one by one as he slowly said. Chapter 571. Ron, Delin, Kay, and Corbett, the 4 powerhouses of the Sacred Domain, displayed their might. The situation on the city wall was gradually under control. At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted like a mountain and filled the entire battlefield. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. An oppressive aura broke through the sky, causing people to feel suffocated. They're finally here. Ron, Delin, Kay, and Corbett all looked at the distant sky, their fighting spirit burning in their hearts. This would be the highlight of the entire war. The battle between the powerhouses of the Sacred Domain was about to begin. The battle between them would determine the outcome of the war and the direction of fate. In the sky, Nord, Ivan, Boulder, Imena, and Higman were floating in the air, coldly looking down at the Undercity. Their white robes fluttered in the wind, emitting a solemn and holy light, as if they were gods descending from the heavens. It's the powerhouses of the Sacred Domain. The powerhouses of the Sacred Domain have finally appeared. The appearance of the powerhouses of the Sacred Domain caused the people of Abia to panic. The combined might of the 5 powerhouses in the sky was enough to make the entire Undercity tremble. Their faces were filled with fear, and their bodies involuntarily retreated. The Sacred Army's morale was greatly boosted. They loudly sang hymns and madly counterattacked. Kill them all. Destroy the heretics. Purify the world. Long live the Holy War. Ron stood quietly in the crowd and slowly took off his hood. His pair of dark eyes looked at the sky and muttered to himself. What will come, will come. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. Ron sneered. His body shot up like smoke and suddenly leaped into the sky. Delin, Kay, and Corbett saw this and also followed behind Ron into the sky. Everyone, we finally meet. Ron stood in the sky and smiled. His expression froze for a moment. You guys definitely didn't expect me to have this day, did you? Ron's eyes were filled with provocation. This is indeed beyond our expectations. Guangming Judge Nord said slowly. His eyes swept across the 4 people in front of him and finally fixed on Ron's face. Without a trace of emotion, he said, but the ending is the same. Ron, you and your Scourge Church are destined to become the dust of history again. Even if you have the help of the magical beasts of the Sacred Domain, you can't escape the fate of failure. Really? Ron laughed, and then his face darkened. Let me tell you, if I don't die today, I will lead the undead army and flatten Mount Hygel one day. Imena's eyes flashed with killing intent. You won't have the chance, Ron. Today will be the day you die. Kill. On the battlefield, there was no time for nonsense. When everyone stood up, everything was already clear. For a moment, both sides made their moves at the same time. Their auras suddenly erupted, causing a gust of wind to blow. The 5 Holy Sea experts from the Sacred Domain drew their weapons one after another. Priest Emena took out her scepter and round shield. Holy Knight Boulder took out his two-handed hammer. Holy Archer Sigmund took out his giant crossbow, and Judge Guangming Nord took out a two-handed longsword. He was a sword saint with the strength of a sword saint. Guangming Judge Ivan took out two two-handed daggers. He was actually a thief with the strength of a sacred domain, also known as the Killer Saint. Ron waved the Dragonbone staff in his hand, and his pitch-black eyes turned green. Frost Nova. Chain explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Countless ice cubes exploded, and a chill filled the air. The temperature seemed to have dropped by dozens of degrees. It was bone-chilling. Beaumont's iron fist. Kay wasn't willing to be outdone. Golden Beaumont's body shone with a golden radiance, and every punch carried a powerful gust of wind. Lin transformed into her moon-devouring heavenly wolf form. A giant humanoid wolf appeared and pounced toward the Holy Sea. Kay took on Boulder, Holy Knight Boulder. Lin took on Guangming Judge Ivan, and Corbett took on Holy Archer Sigmund. As for Ron, he took on Guangming Judge Nord and Holy Knight Emena. The battle in the sky was incomparably fierce. The 9 sacred domain experts were like 9 suns in the sky. Their might shook the heavens and earth, and even the earth felt a trace of throbbing. Your Majesty, do you think Ron and the others will win? At this moment, a fully armed Lachlan stood beside Ebia, King Juliana. I don't know. Juliana rarely shook her head, a trace of worry flashing through her eyes. She sighed, bit her lips, and said, I only know that if Ron can't win, we're all finished. Kadena, Shea, and the others also looked at the sky. They were all Ron's women, and they couldn't help but worry for him. Ron, you must defeat them. Kadena prayed silently. Abyssal skeletal dragon from hell. Come out. Your appearance will make the world tremble. Facing the fierce attacks of 2 sacred domain experts, Ron had no choice but to summon the Abyssal Skeletal Dragon. The appearance of the Abyssal Skeletal Dragon doubled Ron's combat strength. Roar. The bone dragon roared and opened its mouth to spit out a dark dragon breath. Powerful black flames with scorching, corrosive heat blasted towards the 2 of them. What? The skeletal dragon he summoned actually has the power of a sacred domain? Seeing the abyssal skeletal dragon, the holy priest Emena was shocked. Her expression was incomparably solemn. This is too inconceivable. If he summons a few more of these skeletal dragons, I'm afraid our situation won't be good. That won't happen. Sword Saint Nord chuckled as he repelled the abyssal skeletal dragon with a slash of his sword. Necromancers may be powerful, but they can't summon undead without limit. Look, just by summoning a single skeletal dragon, his aura has dropped by a lot. Emena carefully looked at Ron several times, then said in a deep voice, not bad. It seems summoning this skeletal dragon consumed too much of his strength. We definitely won't let him off this time. Emena had a deep-rooted hatred for Ron. As soon as she stepped forward, she attacked Ron with all her might. Emena was a shield warrior. She wielded a shield in one hand and a scepter in the other. This combination was somewhat lacking in healing and buffing, but her melee combat ability was top-notch. She was even stronger than a paladin. In terms of melee combat ability, Ron wasn't Emena's match. He was battered and exhausted. With Emena pinning down Ron, Nord focused on dealing with the powerful abyssal skeletal dragon. His two-handed greatsword erupted with a powerful radiance like a miniature sun, its radiance illuminating the earth. Sword Saint Nord was a powerful swordsman who cultivated not only the power of Guangming, but also the power of the sacred domain. Guangming's power just happened to restrain the skeletal dragon's power of darkness, putting it at a complete disadvantage. However, the undead summoned by Ron didn't know what fear was. The abyssal skeletal dragon was riddled with wounds, but still charged at Nord without any regard for its own safety. Come on, let's work together and kill him. Nord was overjoyed. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they killed Ron. As long as Ron died, the newly established Scourge Church would collapse on its own. A smile blossomed on Nord's face. Kay and Boulder were already old rivals. One's offense was swift and fierce, while the other's defense was intrepid. Both sides fought to their heart's content. Even though the paladin wasn't very strong, he was quite difficult to deal with. With the combination of Focus Aura, Sacred Domain, and the occasional self-heal, Kay's attacks were all for naught. Nord's expression became even more gloomy. Of course, Boulder wasn't having a good time either. His sacred domain was also rapidly depleting. Kobit and Higman, on the other hand, were tied. The holy archer, Higman, was constantly using movement and fake body to change his position. At the same time, the giant crossbow in his hand shot out freeze arrow, multiple arrow, explosive arrow, and other skill arrows, making it impossible for Kobit to get close to him. Kobit held the holy sword in his hand, but he couldn't cut Higman's body. D-Lin was facing Killer St. Ivan. The situation was completely reversed. Under D-Lin's powerful pressure, Ivan was beaten back. At this time, she saw Ron's situation not far away, and her heart trembled. Ron! D-Lin was anxious. She stretched out her wolf claws and was about to pounce in Ron's direction. Where do you think you're going? Ivan knew what his opponent was thinking. His eyes turned red, and he desperately entangled D-Lin, not letting her get away. Get lost! D-Lin angrily shouted, and a powerful ice energy burst out and blasted at Ivan. Shadow, doppelganger. Ivan saw that the situation was not good. He shouted, and his figure split into two, and then into four. In an instant, 4 figures stood in front of D-Lin. Break for me, D-Lin coldly snorted. She was not affected by any illusion. She waved her hand, and 4 frost arrows suddenly formed and shot at the 4 Ivan doppelgangers. What? The 4 doppelgangers are all real? The 4 frost arrows were blocked by Ivan. D-Lin was stunned. At this time, Ivan sneered and the 4 doppelgangers rushed at D-Lin, causing her to be flustered for a moment. Too strong. Is this really the power of a sacred domain powerhouse? I'm so lucky to be able to watch such a battle. Lord Protector Ron is so strong. Look, he's fighting too by himself. Too strong, but he's not in a good situation. He's being suppressed by them. In the Undercity, hundreds of thousands of people looked at the sky and silently cheered for their powerhouse. Some women even knelt down and silently prayed. Ron was pushed back 8 times. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At this time, his clothes were torn and there were unavoidable wounds on his body. Damn it, this can't go on, Ron thought, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Curse weakness. Ron waved the staff in his hand and chanted an incantation. An arc of light suddenly expanded and enveloped everyone. Of course, Ron had a choice when he used the curse. Except for Nord and the other 4, D-Lin, Kay, and Corbett were not affected. Not good. Nord's expression changed. My power is fading. I'm also feeling weak. Imena's beautiful face also turned pale. She understood what this meant. What's going on? Ivan was the most flustered one. He had nowhere to hide after his doppelgangers were destroyed by D-Lin. His situation was the worst. After all, the assassin saint who was proficient in assassination was not a profession that was good at fighting. On the other side, D-Lin, Kay, and Corbett were greatly shocked. They could clearly feel that their opponent's strength had suddenly declined. The 3 of them looked at each other and understood each other's meaning. Chapter 572. Faced with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Ron and the others couldn't miss it. The 4 of them roared in unison and joined hands to launch a frenzied counterattack. For a time, the several sacred domain experts of the Holy See were beaten to a miserable state. They struggled to hold on. This is a curse. Nord quickly understood. I know. Orleaf once told me that this is the most mysterious and terrifying curse magic of all necromancy magic. It doesn't have any form of attack and can cause people to be unknowingly affected. It's even more terrifying than soul attacks. Orleaf was defeated by this curse magic. After the Guangming enforcers were wiped out, Orleaf was sent back to Mount Hyjal by Nord to personally report this matter to His Majesty. Although he didn't know what kind of punishment he would receive, he could still foresee that he would be fired. Nord could also imagine that after Orleaf was fired, his position would be replaced by the newcomer, Higman. Damn it, if only Orleaf was here. I'd asked him how to deal with this. Imena said angrily. After her strength was reduced, she was no match for Ron. Nord smiled bitterly. If he knew, he wouldn't have been defeated. At this moment, he paused as if he suddenly thought of something. Emana, quickly use your holy spell and see if you could dispel this terrifying curse. Holy spell. Okay, I'll try. Emana gritted her teeth and agreed. At this moment, her face revealed a hint of holy solemnity. She tapped the scepter in her hand lightly, and, as if she was singing, a string of notes flew out from her mouth. At this moment, her body emitted an intense light. God says, "Let there be light." The powerful power of the holy words shook the heavens and the earth. Even the surrounding space began to tremble. What the holy priest Emana was casting at this moment was no longer a spell or skill. Instead, she was using her holy words to unleash a powerful burst of power. This burst of power even contained traces of light divine power. What is this? My eyes. The intense light caused Ron's eyes to sting. At this moment, Emana was like a god descending from the heavens, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. Guangming descends, dispel the darkness. Emana's eyes contained a powerful holy will as she coldly chanted. Holy word exorcism. A blinding white light spread out like a rising sun, illuminating the entire battlefield and sweeping away all the haze. What is this? What happened? The Abia troops on the ground began to panic. Juliana's expression turned solemn. She gazed at the sky and sighed heavily. A holy priest is really too powerful. Under the illumination of this radiance, I'm afraid everything will turn to ash. Boom! The divine word technique had finally completed its mission. It completely disappeared into the air, and everything returned to normal. After using the holy word, Emana seemed to have collapsed. She gasped for breath, her towering chest heaving up and down, and her face was abnormally pale. What? At this time, Ron's eyes suddenly opened wide. Under the illumination of the holy word, the nearest abyssal skeletal dragon had already turned into a black shadow. The black fog in the air had not completely dissipated. Not only the black dragon, but more than half of the undead creatures he had summoned had also been eliminated. Only a few powerful Terror Knights were barely standing, but it seemed that they were also riddled with wounds. Haha, well done. Nord's eyes lit up and he laughed. I didn't expect the holy word technique to be so effective. Emana, you've worked hard. Emana took a few deep breaths and calmed down. He's now a commander without an army. Quickly find an opportunity to kill him. It won't be good if he recovers. Of course. Nord pointed his long sword, a sinister smile on his face. He won't live past today. Earthquake slash. Nord shouted and swung his longsword at Ron. The blade shone with an intense radiance. Nord was too fast. Ron couldn't dodge in time. He could only forcibly block with his dragonbone staff. Boom! With a loud sound, an intense light burst out. Ron only felt a powerful surge of power. He only felt a sweet taste in his throat and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell down like a kite with its string cut. Yes, Ron had lost. He had lost the powerful skeletal dragon and the effects of the curse. In terms of close combat, Ron was no match for either Nord or Emana. A sacred artifact? Seeing the faint radiance of the sacred artifact, Nord's eyes flashed with greed. 4 ordinary sacred domain powerhouses. Possessing a sacred artifact was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. Even the sacred artifact in the hands of Judge Guangming Nord was only a high-level dark gold double-handed sword. He had a strong desire for a sacred artifact. If he could obtain this sacred artifact, even if he couldn't use it, he could sell it in a planar store. He could even exchange it for a sacred artifact that he needed. The sacred artifact in Ron's hands made Nord even more determined to kill Ron. He once again raised his sword and righteously declared, "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Ron, an evil existence like you will surely return to hell. Prepare yourself." At this time, Nord's body emitted an intense radiance. His entire body seemed to be bathed in radiance, appearing sacred and dignified. Behind him, a huge pair of wings dozens of meters long spread open. These wings were condensed from Guangming's power and gently flapped, shaking the surroundings. Light of heaven. Space fell into stillness, and the air seemed to have stopped flowing. Between heaven and earth, a huge longsword was raised high and slashed down at Ron like a thunderbolt. Ron seemed to have lost the strength to struggle. His eyes widened, and a feeling of death instantly filled his heart. No! At this critical moment, a delicate cry came from not far away. It was Dee Lin's voice. Seeing Ron in danger, Dee Lin finally exploded. She let out a wild howl, and her body suddenly enlarged. Moon Devour. Dee Lin's anger burned the sky. She didn't hesitate to use her powerful innate ability. A huge white wolf appeared in the sky, staring with blood-red eyes. It opened its bloody mouth and emitted a powerful aura. This damn demonic beast bitch. With danger approaching, Nord couldn't help but curse. His figure rapidly retreated, and he fiercely collided with Dee Lin's power, bursting out with a powerful light. At this time, Ivan, who had been suppressed by Dee Lin, finally found an opportunity. It could be said that Dee Lin made a move at the wrong time. He sneered, and his body disappeared in the air. Escaping the threat of death, Ron finally breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly stood up. Suddenly, Ron's expression changed greatly. He saw a blurry shadow attacking Dee Lin at an extremely fast speed. Dee Lin, be careful. Ron's warning was a bit late. He saw that sharp, cold dagger was stabbed deeply into Dee Lin's chest by the grinning Ivan. The strength of rogues lay in their powerful stealth skills. When the opponent was unprepared, an apprentice assassin could even take the life of a powerhouse of the sacred domain. Of course, this wasn't something that just anyone could do. The probability of such a thing happening was probably 1 in a billion. No, Ron was shocked. His heart suddenly tightened. For the first time, he understood how important Dee Lin was to him. When he was at his weakest and most dangerous, it was Dee Lin who bravely stood in front of him. When he was at his most panicked and helpless, it was Dee Lin who supported him without hesitation. Dee Lin, how are you? Ron crazily rushed to Dee Lin's side and reached out to pick her up. He saw that Dee Lin had already returned to her human form. Her face was as pale as paper, and her breathing was weak. There was only a small bloody hole in her chest, and blood was gushing out. Although the hole wasn't big, it was fatal. It's over. Although Juliana was in the middle of the battle, she had been paying attention to the battle in the sky. A powerhouse of the sacred domain had fallen, and the outcome was basically determined. Now, there were only 3 powerhouses of the sacred domain that could fight. Juliana could even imagine what would happen next. Nord, Yamina, and Ivan teamed up, and the injured Ron wouldn't be able to resist at all. They were Kay and Corbett. The Scourge Church was about to lose. Everyone in the Undercity felt a sudden gloom in their hearts, and many people's faces were full of sorrow. Haha, Ron, you're dead. Nord saw this and laughed. He pointed the long sword in his hand. No matter how you struggle, you can't escape the fate of defeat. The powerhouses of the Holy See and Sacred Domain smiled knowingly. They looked at Ron as if they were looking at a dead man. Fortunately, he didn't die. He just fainted due to his serious injuries. After carefully observing Dee Lin's situation, Ron secretly sighed in relief. He brushed away Dee Lin's hair, looked at her delicate face, and gently kissed her forehead. Ron stood up and looked at the powerhouses of the sacred domain in the sky. His eyes were unyielding, and he smiled. Is that so? But it's still too early to say that. As Ron spoke, his hand quietly reached into his bosom, took out a blue stone, and gently pinched it. Huh! A sound was heard. The blue sorcerer's stone was crushed, and a light smoke spread out. At the same time, there was a slight spatial fluctuation, but no one noticed this small spatial fluctuation. Yamina smiled coldly. You're still so stubborn when you're about to die. If that's the case, then die. Nord said coldly. Ron, I hope you can behave yourself when you go to hell. Don't fight against God Guangming anymore. After saying this, Nord raised his 2-handed sword high above his head. A dazzling light spread out from the sword and spread out in all directions. The Sacred Army's morale was greatly boosted. Without Ron and the other powerhouses of the Sacred Domain obstructing them, they easily breached the city walls and directly killed their way into Undercity. They fought with the defending Ebbia army, and a brutal street battle unfolded. Countless necromancers advanced dauntlessly, and groups of skeletons were summoned. Using the special terrain of Undercity, they resisted. However, the necromancers were still too weak. Some students who had just learned necromancy for a few days were also thrown into the battlefield. They fought against the powerful sacred army, and the casualties were disastrous. Bodies wearing black robes fell one after another, and blood dyed the city walls red. At this time, something unexpected happened. Boom! A loud sound came from the sky, as if something had broken. In the vast sky, a whirlpool suddenly appeared. The aura in the whirlpool kept rolling, and a powerful aura spread out through the whirlpool. Chapter 573. The whirlpool continued to churn, creating circular ripples. This is the Warlock Saint's teleportation circle. Nord's eyes widened in shock. Who is it? At this moment, a beam of light shot out from the vortex, and 3 figures descended from the light beam. When Nord saw the 3 figures clearly, his eyebrows twitched. It's you guys. The 3 figures were Pratt's, Monty Gott, and Hill. They slowly descended from the vortex. On the ground, everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't know who these 3 people were, but from the power they were emitting, they were definitely experts from the sacred domain. Juliana was nervous. She didn't know which side they were from. Flames burned fiercely, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Not far away were Judge Guangming of the Holy See, Priest Yamina, and the others. Seeing this, Pratt and the others immediately understood. Hee, it's quite lively here. Looks like we came at the right time. Pratt gently stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Hey, little Ron, long time no see." Hill whistled like an old urchin and greeted Ron. "Welcome to Undercity, my lords." Ron smiled. He slowly rose into the sky and gracefully bowed in front of the 3. "I'm in trouble. I had no choice but to trouble you." Pratt smiled. "Ron, since we promised you, we'll naturally help you to the end. Don't worry." "Thank you, Dean Pratt." Ron was touched. He could feel the deep concern that Pratt and the other 2 had for him. Nord's eyes narrowed as he said in a deep voice, "Has the Roland Empire decided to interfere in the matter between the Holy See and the Scourge Church? I have to warn you in advance that getting involved in this matter is not a wise choice." "Ha! Isn't this Judge Guangming, Sir Nord?" The Golden Flying Dragon Knight, Monty Gott, smiled. "But I can also tell you that this matter has nothing to do with the Roland Empire. It's the decision of the 3 of us." "The 3 of you have decided?" Nord's eyes turned cold as he said sternly, "So you're sure you're on Ron's side? Haven't you thought about the consequences?" "So they are here to help us." Hearing their conversation, Juliana suddenly realized who they were. She also recognized them. They were Balarax Academy's headmaster Pratt, Soaring Dragon Academy's headmaster Montgoth, and Hans Academy's headmaster Hill. Why are they with Ron? Juliana was a little puzzled, but she knew that this was definitely a good thing. With 3 sacred domain powerhouses on their side, Juliana felt the pressure on her lesson significantly. Pratt smiled faintly. "Honorable Lord Nord, don't forget that Ron is my student." "Oomph, Pratt, you're indeed harboring a heretic," Yamina said fiercely. She suddenly raised her voice. "I hope you understand that there's a price to pay for covering up." "Oomph, I'll take whatever price there is." Montgoth coldly snorted and waved his long dragon spear. "Nord, our conflict isn't new. Why don't we have a spar first?" With a flash of light, a huge golden flying dragon flew out from the hexagram summoning array. It stopped in front of Montgoth and lowered its head like a docile puppy, allowing Montgoth to ride on it. The appearance of the golden flying dragon made all the Holy See and Sacred Domain powerhouses look at each other with worried expressions. Facing such a powerful combination of a golden flying dragon and a dragon knight, anyone would have a headache. Moreover, there was Pratt's, the Fire Mage Saint. With this, the scales of strength were tilted towards Ron's side. Even if they continued fighting, they wouldn't gain any advantage. At this time, Corbett and Kay also broke away from their opponents and retreated to Pratt's group and Ron's side. Boulder and Higman also retreated to Nord's side. You're courting death." The Holy See and the Roland Empire's Sacred Domain powerhouses were on opposite sides on many occasions. Both sides had many conflicts. She gritted her teeth and was about to charge forward. "Wait, Nord pulled Emina back. Emina's eyes widened in shock. Lord Nord, you... Nord glanced at her and said in a low voice, "The three of them are very powerful and have just arrived. The few of us are about the same. If we really fight, we don't have much confidence." Emina calmed down and glared at Pratz's group. The anger in her eyes seemed to want to burn them to ashes. Nord's gloomy gaze deeply looked at Pratz's group and then turned to Ron. He coldly snorted and said, "Very well, Ron. Today, I'll let you off for the sake of the deans of the three famous academies of the Roland Empire. However, you won't be so lucky next time. Inform all the legions to retreat immediately." Nord coldly threw out a sentence. "Let's go." The well-trained Holy Sea Army came quickly and retreated quickly. After receiving the order, the Holy Sea Army, whether they were on the periphery or had already attacked Undercity, all retreated silently. Juliana let out a sigh of relief. Mahjong gave out a series of orders. It was nothing more than cleaning up the battlefield, cleaning up the corpses, treating the wounded, repairing the city walls, and reorganizing the army. As a woman who had led troops for many years, the young miss of the Ebian rebels and the Dark Organization, these procedures were a walk in the park for her. "Lord Pratz, Lord Montegot, Lord Hill, please come in." In front of a room in Undercity's catastrophe headquarters, Juliana said politely. She had to treat these powerhouses of the sacred domain that she usually couldn't invite. Yes, Pratz and the other two nodded faintly as a greeting. With their status, they usually ignored people like Juliana. Ron also noticed this and smiled. "Your Majesty, if you have anything to do, please go ahead. I will treat the three lords well." "Yes, Lord Guardian." Juliana also realized that it was inappropriate for her to be here. She bowed and silently retreated, gently closing the door behind her. The three of them sat down. Pratt smiled and said to Ron, "Ron, we may stay here for a while. If you need help, just let us know. If you need help, we won't refuse." "That's right. I've wanted to teach these bastards of the Holy See a lesson for a long time." Montegot muttered. "Unfortunately, they didn't give me the chance." Ron took a deep breath and smiled. "Thank you, Lord Deans. I won't say any more nonsense. If you need help the next time, Ron, won't refuse." Ron had just received news that the Holy Sea Army didn't really retreat after retreating from Undercity. They retreated dozens of miles and set up camp in another city that they had already conquered. It seemed like they hadn't given up yet. Platz and the other two looked at each other with a satisfied expression. At this time, Necromancer Sally hurried in. She looked at Pratz and bowed respectfully to the former Lord Deans. She then walked to Ron and whispered a few words in his ear. Sally's voice was very soft, but Pratt still heard the words treatment and injuries. Ron's expression turned serious. "There's such a thing?" Sally nodded. "Yes, Sister Kadena wants you to take a look." "Lord Deans, Ron has something to take care of." Ron immediately stood up and said apologetically. Pratt smiled understandingly. "Go ahead. You don't have to accompany us three old men. We know you have a lot of things to do." After bidding farewell to the three deans, Ron followed Sally through the basement of the natural disaster headquarters and came to a dark river. In front of a room, two white skulls hung on the doorknob. The black eye sockets were especially eye-catching. Ron entered the room and saw Kadena, Shea, Becerra, and Rainey, who were busy. The room was filled with the smell of medicine and the faint smell of blood, forming an unpleasant smell. From time to time, one could hear the groans of the injured. This was the shelter of the natural disaster headquarters, and it housed the injured from the Scourge Church. They were all necromancers who were injured during the fight against the Sacred Army. Shea, Becerra, and Rainey were bandaging their wounds while Kadena was using the water healing spell to treat them. However, after a huge battle, her magic was almost depleted, and there were too many people to treat. Kadena raised her head and saw Ron. Her eyes revealed a smile. "Ron, you're here." Shea, Becerra, and Rainey all greeted Ron. Young Master. Young Master." The injured necromancers were originally lying on the bed, but when they saw Ron, they struggled to sit up and greet him. "Don't move. All of you lie down, Ron said as he pressed down on a necromancer. At this time, He began to examine that person's injuries. Why are you the ones bandaging them? And using such a backward method? Where are the priests? Ron frowned unhappily as he looked at the thick smell of medicine in the shelter. It's like this, Kadena explained with some hesitation. We don't have any priests in the Scourge Church, and there aren't many priests in the Ebia army. Because of the treatment, their magic is almost depleted. The general of the Ebia army, General Lachlan, told me that the power these necromancers cultivate is in conflict with the gwalming power of the priests. So he transferred all the priests away. Seeing that Kadena didn't dare to say anything, Sally directly made things clear. He wanted to treat their people, but he left our people here. What? When Ron heard this, he immediately became angry. Bastard, Lachlan actually dared to do this? That's right. The power of the soul that necromancers cultivate is in conflict with the gwalming power of the priests, but is only limited to the power of a grand magus necromancer and above. These injured necromancers are all trainee necromancers, and some of them have just started learning necromancy magic. Why can't they treat them? Kadena and the others had never seen Ron so angry before. They looked at each other and didn't say anything for a while. Ron was so angry that he kept pacing around the room. After a while, he stopped and pointed with his finger. You go and call Juliana over. I want to ask her what she means by this. Yes. Lisa didn't have a good impression of Ebia's group to begin with, and was even more dissatisfied with the way they treated the injured. If they didn't have enough priests, they could discuss it. However, they were all comrades from the same trench, and yet they were favoring one over the other. This was too much. Chapter 574. The person who came was Juliana, pornographic novel. She was wearing a simple magic robe and didn't look like the king of Ebia at all. She walked in hurriedly. Looking at the room, full of injured people and Ron's angry expression, Juliana understood everything. She took the initiative to apologize. I'm sorry, Lord Guardian. Lachlan didn't do well. I've already severely criticized him. This kind of thing won't happen again. Juliana promised. At the critical moment, the most taboo was to cause discord. This was not conducive to cooperation. Ron's expression eased a little. He nodded lightly and said, I'll let it go this time. Our Scourge Church's necromancers have made an indelible contribution to the defense of Undercity. You still have to worry about the priests. Hearing Ron's words, Juliana smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, Lord Guardian. Our Ebia priests have already exhausted their magic power. I'm afraid they won't be able to heal you for a while. She paused and said apologetically, but I can provide you with healing scrolls. Healing scrolls? Ron's heart skipped a beat. His face showed a trace of joy. Without a priest, healing scrolls would be the same. Healing scrolls were also items from the dimensional store. They could heal a large number of injured people at the same time. They had a special feature, which was that they were cheap. One black crystal coin could buy a set of recovery potions, which was 9 bottles. At the same price, one could buy 4 sets of healing potions, which was 36 bottles plus 2 free bottles. On the other hand, one could buy 6 sets of healing scrolls, which was 54 bottles plus 8 free bottles, which was 62 healing scrolls. These healing scrolls were much more cost-effective than healing potions that could only be used by one person. It was just that the healing effect was slower, but the price was more than half. Many countries and groups bought them in large quantities. Of course, they used black crystal coins. But there aren't many of these left in the kingdom of Ebia. You have to use them sparingly, Juliana said solemnly as she handed 12 healing scrolls to Ron. Your Majesty, why did you give him all the healing scrolls in the kingdom of Ebia? What should we do? In a dark room, Finance Minister Carlos said to King Juliana. His tone was full of dissatisfaction. The necromancers played a huge role in the war, and we don't have enough priests to heal so many people, so I gave him the healing scroll. Juliana mumbled. Carlos said, Your Majesty, I'm not against you giving him the healing scrolls, but there are too many of them. There are only 12 healing scrolls left in our treasury. I spent a lot of money to get them, but you gave them to him without leaving any for the kingdom of Ebia. Don't forget, we have a lot of injured people too. What's the point of keeping it? Juliana smiled and turned to look at Finance Minister Carlos. Without Ron, the Scourge Church, and the Necromancers, the kingdom of Ebbia would cease to exist, and you and I wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being hunted down and killed. Those things, what's the point of keeping them? Carlos' eyes widened. He didn't expect to receive such a response from Juliana. His fat face twitched a few times. In that case, King Juliana had already decided to completely and unconditionally join the fate of the Scourge Church. If one fell, all would fall, and if one rose, all would rise. He didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. Juliana looked at Carlos and sighed. I've already thought it through, but you haven't. Carlos, I thought you were a person with foresight. Unfortunately, you've disappointed me after saying that. She shook her head, turned around, and walked out of the room, leaving the stunned Carlos there. Night fell. In the shelter of the Scourge Church, everyone had entered dreamland. The injured necromancers lay on the bed, their bodies emitting a faint glow. The healing scrolls had been used, and the energy was transferred to the injured. Their injuries healed unknowingly at an extremely slow speed. It was estimated that they would be fully recovered by tomorrow morning. The magic lamp used for lighting emitted a faint glow, as if it was about to be extinguished at any time due to insufficient energy. It made people sleepy. Everyone went to rest. They had to deal with the battle tomorrow. Only Rainey stayed there. She quietly rested her chin on her hand, her eyes twinkling. No one knew what she was thinking. Kay accompanied her. However, he had been fighting for the whole day and was already extremely sleepy. He lay on the table, snoring softly. How can I help Brother Ron? After a long time, Rainey stood up and sighed silently. Looking at Ron's furrowed brows as he left, Rainey's heart ached for no reason. She hated herself for not learning magic or combat energy. Instead, she learned the completely useless pharmaceutics. If she was a magician or a priest, she could help Brother Ron now. Brother Luo had helped her so many times, but she did not help him much. Rainey felt a little guilty. Wait, pharmacist, potion. At this time, Rainey seemed to have thought of something. Her heart skipped a beat, and her furrowed brows relaxed. Potion. Yes, potion could help Brother Ron. What Brother Ron lacked the most now was a vitality potion that could heal the injured. Rainey's thoughts went back to the past. When she first escaped from the pharmacist Barrow family, she only had one vitality potion formula with her. After that, through Ron's hard work, the vitality potion was concocted. Now, the vitality potion had become a necromancer's must-have item. It played a significant role in battle. Other than satisfying the internal needs, Fatty Gita's operation had sold some vitality potions through other channels and raised a lot of money for the Scourge Church. These were things that had already happened. The vitality potion's contribution could not go unnoticed. However, at this time, Rainey thought of another formula. It was an improved formula. That was the formula for the vitality potion. It was said that after many years of research, her father had finally solved the formula for the vitality potion and successfully concocted it. However, whether this was true or not, Rainey could not be sure. About this formula, Rainey had only heard her father mention it occasionally. That day, her father's face was full of excitement as he told her that the formula for the vitality potion had been solved. This formula would bring the Barrow family a lot of wealth. He was just waiting for the right opportunity to publicly reveal it. When was the right opportunity? At that time, her father didn't say anything. However, the smart Rainey had already guessed that this suitable opportunity was when they had confirmed their safety and when the Barrow family had enough power to protect their wealth. Otherwise, it would attract the attention of other pharmaceutical families. The wealth that the potion could bring was enough to make people go crazy. Just the formula for the vitality potion alone had already attracted many pharmacist families, causing the Barrow family to fall apart. If the formula for the vitality potion were to be known by others, what would happen? Take the Nayan family, for example. They were a pharmacist family that amassed a lot of wealth through selling potions. Most of the vitality potions circulating in the market were their family's products. Even the Barrow family, who was known as a pharmacist genius, could not concoct the vitality potion. How could the Nayan family do it? In fact, it was very simple. To ordinary people, the vitality potion was a very mysterious thing. However, as a pharmacist family, Rainey knew that the Nain family used black crystal coins to purchase the vitality potions from the dimensional store. Then, they used a special method to add things in. Simply put, it was a trick of 1 to 2, 2 to 4, turning one bottle of vitality potion into 10 bottles, or even 100 bottles to be sold. Naturally, these non-original potions of life weren't as effective as the ones purchased from plainer stores, but they were cheap. Many mercenaries who didn't have black crystal coins could afford them with gold coins. Even so, the supply of potions of life from the Nain clan simply couldn't meet the demand. Large amounts of gold coins flowed into the Nain clan's pockets. The Nain clan then used gold coins to purchase black crystal coins from plainer stores to purchase the original potions of life. The difference in price was enough to make an entire country jealous. If the real potion of life appeared on the market and could be purchased with gold coins, even if its efficacy was only half of the original potion of life, who would want to buy the replica potion of life from the Nander family? Not only would this solve the Calamity Church's problem of healing necromancers, it would also bring a large amount of wealth to the Calamity Church. If we can get the formula for the vitality potion from Father, we can help Brother Ron. Rainey silently clenched her fists. She knew that if her father really did concoct the vitality potion, it would be placed somewhere in the Barrow family. And this place was only known to her father and herself. But how can we get the formula from the Barrow family? At this time, Rainey was troubled again. The Barrow family was far away in the Holy Roman Empire. It was a long journey, and she did not know how much time it would take to go there and back. Moreover, with her abilities, she did not know if she could safely retrieve the formula. If she met the Nain family or other pharmacist families on the way, then there was nothing to say. If they knew that the formula for the vitality potion was in her hands, they would probably go crazy. "Sai, what can I do? If only I could get the formula out earlier." Rainey could not help but blame herself. At this time, her gaze fell on Kay, who was snoring beside her. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. Kay, wake up." Rainey tiptoed closer and gently nudged the sleeping Kay. "What's the matter?" Kay was sleeping soundly. She sleepily opened her eyes and looked at Rainey. She stretched lazily and muttered, "It's you, Rainey, what happened? Did you wake me up? Is there an enemy invasion?" "No, I woke you up because I need your help." Rainey softly told her about the vitality potion formula and asked Kay to go with her to the Barrow family in the Holy Roman Empire. "What? Rainey, are you crazy?" Kay heard and jumped up. "How can I leave at this time? What if the Holy See suddenly attacks tomorrow?" "It's precisely because we have to deal with the Holy See that I think Brother Ron needs the vitality potion more," Rainey said. "I believe this is the only way to help Brother Ron. Kay, Brother Ron took you in when you were weak and helped you. Don't you want to help him?" Kay panicked. "Of course I want to help Ron, but if you want to help Brother Ron, then you don't have to say anything," Rainey said firmly. "You are a strong person in the sacred domain. You can carry me and fly. It won't take too much time. Don't worry." Chapter 575. Without informing anyone, Rainey and Kay sneaked out of Dark City. Of course, Rainey did not forget to leave a letter before she left. The letter was found by the maid, who came in the morning to clean up. She did not see anyone guarding the injured and let out a scream, waking up countless of the necromancers who had already recovered from their injuries. The next moment, the letter landed in her hands and was placed on Ron's table. As expected, once Ron received the letter, he flew into a rage. Rainey and Kay left without saying goodbye, affecting his deployment. Rainey's departure did not affect the overall situation, but Kay was the most important. He could not afford to lose her for even a second. The worst thing was that the letter did not mention the reason for their departure. This made Ron even more uneasy. He paced back and forth in the room in frustration. Juliana, Kadena, and the rest were in his office. Everyone's eyebrows were furrowed as if they had a lot on their minds. Rainey really doesn't know her place. What time is it now? It's wartime. If she's not careful, everyone in Dark City will lose their heads. What does she think this is? A game? Ron was close to roaring. That meaningless letter turned into countless pieces in his hands. Becerra was also standing in the crowd. Tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. As Rainey's sister, she was partly responsible for it. Ron, I hope you can calm down. Cadena consoled him. Then, she turned to Becerra. Becerra, you really don't know where Rainey brought Kay to? I don't know. She didn't tell me. Becerra shook her head and said pitifully. Due to her sadness and anxiety, her voice was choked with sobs. Looking at Becerra's expression, Ron could not bear it. However, his face was still green and refused to relax. Cadena consoled Becerra for a while. After she calmed down, she asked, What did Rainey say in the letter? Nothing at all. Ron shook his head. Just say that you're taking Kay out to do something and that you'll be back as soon as you're done. Do something? Cadena pondered for a moment, then said, Things may not be as bad as you think. They should be back soon once they're done. I hope so. Ron sighed. I also believe that Rainey didn't leave with Kay for no reason. She should know what this means. The matter of the Sacred Legion was like a shadow that had been hanging over Ron's heart, making him almost breathless. Their army had not gone far, but had been stationed in the nearest city. He did not know when they would launch an attack. Perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps now. Ron quickly thought for a moment and stood up with a swish. Let's leave it at that. This matter shouldn't be publicized, so as not to cause some people's hearts to waver. The departure of a powerful person from the sacred domain would make some people think of something. Even if what they thought was not the truth, it would still have a huge impact on morale. Ron continued, Luckily, we have 3 powerful people from the sacred domain in Dark City. This is enough to make the Holy See not dare to act rashly. I believe that the alliance of the Scourge Church and the Kingdom of Ebbia will definitely achieve the final victory. In the northeast of the Holy Roman Empire, there was a place called Stansfirth Province. As the Pharmacist family, the Barrow family's territory was located there. Of course, just a small piece of land was enough for the Barrow family to live a luxurious life. In the Holy Roman Empire, the Barrow family was one of the aristocrats and had made special contributions to the empire. The head of the Barrow family, who was also Rainey's father, even had the title of a noble. There were 2 major pharmacist families in the Holy Roman Empire. Other than the Barrow family, the other was the Nain family. In order to compete for the benefits of the medicine, the 2 families had been fighting both openly and secretly. By the time Rainey's father's generation arrived, the feud between the 2 families had been very, very deep. Both families had launched their signature products. One was the Nain family, who mainly produced imitation health potions. The other was the Barrow family, who was famous for their antidotes, acceleration potions, and dispelling potions. Of course, other than the famous health potions, the Barrow family did not have any other products. From an outsider's point of view, the act of buying health potions from the dimensional store, seeping water into the potions, and selling them was not very technical. However, the Barrow family did not see it that way. Pharmaceutics was an extremely complicated subject that contained profound mysteries. Even though it was easy for the Nain family to do it, the Barrow family could not. They dreamed of getting the formula that the Barrow family used to seep water into the potions. One had to know that the elements in the potions were extremely stable. Even the slightest impurity could cause the potion to lose its effectiveness. The Nain family had spent a lot of effort to research the formula for seeping water into the potions, spending hundreds of millions of dollars. Even though the efficacy of the potions had decreased, the quantity of the potions had increased. This had brought the Nain family a lot of wealth. They treated the formula like a family heirloom and had never shown it to outsiders. The Barrow family had racked their brains, but still could not get their hands on it. By the time Rainey's father's generation arrived, the conflict between the Nain family and the Barrow family had become public. Both families had conflicts and armed fights. They had even sent out strong fighters to attack the other family's territory. This was no different from an attack by an army. Because of this, the Holy Roman Empire's Charles XXVI had a headache. Every time he saw the representatives of the 2 families, he would feel annoyed. He had no choice but to deal with them. Both families had contributed greatly to the empire, bringing in taxes and the best potions for the empire. In the end, Charles XXVI persuaded the two families to stop fighting. However, Rainey's father was a genius. At a young age, he had already shown great talent as a pharmacist and was valued by the Barrow family. However, it was obvious that he had no interest in fighting with the Nayan family. Instead, he focused all his energy on researching potions. This was the root of the disaster that followed. The Nayan family had long taken notice of this young man who had become the head of the family. They kept sending out spies to spy on him, and even planted strong fighters in the Barrow family. Many of the strong fighters who served the Barrow family were actually from the Nayan family. However, Rainey's father did not realize this. He was immersed in researching potions. When he succeeded in researching the stamina potion, he was discovered by the spies sent by the Nayan family. They secretly reported this to the head of the family. Once the head of the family heard this, he was elated and immediately took action against the Barrow family. Dozens of masters and masters attacked the Barrow family. With the help of the spies who had been lying in ambush, they attacked the Barrow family in one fell swoop. Rainey's father escaped in a hurry. However, it was too late. He was killed by the strong fighters sent by the Nayan family. Rainey's brothers were also killed. That night, the Barrow family's corpses were strewn all over the place. Flames soared into the sky. Screams and pleas for mercy could be heard everywhere. The Barrow family's hundreds of years of wealth turned into ashes in the raging fire. In the end, only Rainey disguised herself as a beggar and escaped. As she was a girl, the Nayan family did not pay much attention to her. However, when they found out that she had taken away the stamina potion formula, they really did pay attention to her. They sent people everywhere to search for her. Ron caused a huge ruckus in Asanara City, and she took the opportunity to escape to the Roland Empire. It was too late for the Nayan family to regret this. When they found out that she had escaped to the Orc Empire, the Nayan family immediately contacted Morin to capture Rainey. However, before Morin could hand her over, Rainey met Ron again. The deal between the Nayan family and Morin failed. An abandoned manor with broken walls and tiles all over the ground. Everywhere was charred black by the fire. It was not hard to imagine how luxurious this place used to be before the fire. Rainey stood in front of a wall that had been pushed down. She gently touched the cracks on the wall. Her face was filled with sadness, and she did not speak for a long time. "Rainey, this is your home?" Kay asked. He looked around in shock. "Yes, this is my home." Rainey nodded. She stood up, her slender body trembling in the cold wind. Her long eyelashes glistened with tears. "It's a pity that it's no longer here. I'm sorry." Kai's face was full of apologies. He looked around carefully and said, "Rainey, is this the place where your father left the recipe for the life potion? If they didn't find it, it should be here." Rainey wiped her tears and nodded. "Let's start looking now." The two of them started to search the ruins of the Barrow family. They did not even let go of the smallest crack. However, even someone as strong as Kay did not expect that their every move would be seen by others. Surveillance guards. This was a special magical item that had the function of stabilizing one's body. Once there was an intruder, it would sound an alarm to the owner. At the same time, it would monitor the surroundings. Kay and Rainey's conversation was heard clearly by others. Life potion formula? The Barrow family actually has the life potion formula. An old woman who was in charge of monitoring the Barrow family was also the owner of the surveillance guards. When she heard the conversation between the two of them, her eyes lit up. This old woman was from the Nayan family. At this moment, she was not in the Barrow family's territory. Instead, she was in the Nayan family, which was hundreds of kilometers away. Through the surveillance guards, she knew everything that was happening here. "No, I have to report this to the master immediately." The old woman laughed. A glimmer of light flashed across her cloudy eyes. "Haha, I have done a great service again. I wonder how the master will reward me." As she spoke, she walked quickly towards the master's study. "What? You said that the Barrow family actually has the life potion formula?" The current master of the Nayan family, Maddox, was an old man in his 60s. He was slightly fat, had black hair, and had lived like a prince without a single wrinkle on his face. Even though he was in his 60s, He looked like a middle-aged man. When he heard the old woman's report, he was so shocked that he was speechless. "Judy, are you sure you didn't hear wrongly?" Maddox asked. His face was filled with disbelief. "Yes, master. I swear." The old woman called Judy raised her finger and said, "Because I found Miss Rosie of the Barrow family and a very young man. They were looking for the recipe of the potion of life left behind by her father in the ruins of the Barrow family. Then what are you waiting for?" Maddox's eyes lit up. "Since it is Miss Rosie, then what she said is most likely true. If she really has the life potion formula and her stamina potion formula, then wouldn't that be a gift to us? Haha, our Nayan family is going to be rich. Congratulations, master." Judy smiled slightly. Her face revealed a cunning expression. Chapter 576. Rainey and Kay were busy in the ruins. They flipped the rocks one by one and searched carefully. As they had been away from home for too long and the Barrow family was too big, Rainey couldn't remember much. With a loud boom, Kay flipped a large rock over, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Rainey looked down and shook her head. "It's not here." Kay was fuming. "I say, Rainey, what exactly are you looking for? Is the formula for the life potion hidden under a rock?" "I'm looking for a basement," Rainey explained. "This is our Barrow family's secret. If you're not a core member of the family, you won't know about it. However, I've only been in this basement a few times. It should be around here, but I don't remember the specifics." "Do you mean here?" Kay paused and gestured the location. There was a pile of rubble and rocks under his feet. Among the rocks, tenacious grass poked its head out mischievously. "If I didn't remember wrongly, it should be around here." Rainey looked at the surroundings and said. Kay nodded. "That's good. Rainey, go further away. Watch me." Once Rainey was far away, Kai's face turned serious. He clenched his fists tightly at his waist and took a deep breath. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he yelled out loud. Boom! Kai ferociously punched the ground, causing a golden light to explode out and spread out in all directions. The ground violently trembled, and cracks spread out from Kai's fist like a spiderweb. Under the immense pressure, countless rocks were shattered and lifted into the air. Walla, walla, the rocks in the air fell, creating a cloud of dust. Kay stood in the middle of it all, looking like a god descending from the heavens. "I see it." Rainey's eyes lit up. Not far from Kay, she saw a black object. She walked over quickly and pointed at the black area. "It's here." "Is it here?" Kay said. With a casual punch, he broke the black thing. It was a basement door made of fine iron. Under Kay's fist, it twisted like a fried dough twist. With a casual tug of Kay's hand, the warped metal door opened, revealing a dark hole. "It's here. Let's go down and take a look." Rainey took out the sorcerer's stone from the space bag and happily jumped into the hole. Kay followed immediately. After passing through the long staircase, Rainey and Kay arrived at the basement. There was no path underground, and there was only a stone wall in front of them. "Watch me." Kay smiled. Golden light flashed in his fist. To him, a stone wall was not a problem at all. Rainey stopped him. She felt around on the smooth stone wall, and, at the same time, she reached out and tapped lightly. Suddenly, she was elated. She pushed hard on a stone. The stone was pushed until it caved in. At this time, there was a mechanical sound. Zap, zap, zap. Rainey immediately took a few steps back. A ray of light lit up, and the heavy stone door slowly opened. "Let's go in." Rainey took a deep breath and said. Both of them walked into the basement side by side. Usually, the basement of the aristocrats was filled with precious jewels, gold coins, and other wealth. To Kay's surprise, there was nothing in the basement of Rainey's family. There was only a small box. The box was made of dark copper and was extremely heavy. Rainey did not have much strength, so Kay helped her take the box down. Rainey gently caressed the edge of the box. Her eyes were moist. Looking at the box reminded her of her father. "Open it." Rainey calmed herself down and said resolutely. There was a lock on the copper box, but this was not a problem for Kay. He reached out 2 fingers and gently pinched, and the lock opened. There was nothing in the copper box. There were only a few pieces of paper filled with words and a few bottles of medicine. Just these few pieces of paper. Kay's eyes were filled with disappointment. There doesn't seem to be anything valuable. To a pharmacist family like us, no amount of wealth is more important than the formula. Rainey answered. At this time, she picked up a piece of paper and looked at it carefully. Kay leaned over. There were all kinds of symbols and formulas written on it. Unfortunately, he could not understand them at all. Rainey looked at them one by one. When she flipped to the last one, her body suddenly shook. Her face was filled with joy, and her body started to tremble uncontrollably. It's this. Father didn't lie to me. He really made the formula for the life potion. Rainey's expression was filled with excitement. Really? That's great. Kay was elated too. At this time, Rainey's eyes glanced at the words at the back of the paper. Descendants of the Barrow family. When you see this formula, you must remember that before you have enough power to protect yourself, you must not leak the information about this formula, because it will bring you countless troubles. The potion of life has the effect of healing injuries. It takes effect quickly and recovers quickly. It can't be compared to the potion of life of the Nayan family. Because it is widely used, the profit it brings is enough to make people crazy. I believe that its appearance will definitely cause a storm, and this storm will be too big for our Barrow family to resist. Don't make it because of a moment of greed, or else it will bring you endless troubles. Rainey sighed silently. Her father was right. Just one bottle of strength potion was enough to destroy the Barrow family. If the life potion appeared in the mainland and could be bought with gold coins, the profits it would bring would not only tempt the Nayan family, but also the Holy Roman Empire and the Holy See. It might even attract the attention of the powerful kingdom of magical beasts. This caused Rainey to be even more cautious. Rainey continued to read. Under her father's signature, there was another paragraph. Speaking of the origins of this formula, it is very embarrassing. As the genius of the Barrow family, I, who had just created the strength potion, was very confident in creating the legendary life potion. Unfortunately, after many years of research, I still couldn't find anything. That was until I accidentally found an auction item from 100,000 years ago when I was strolling around the auction house. It was a special symbol engraved on a rock. Due to the passage of time, some of the words couldn't be read clearly. Others might not understand, but I knew it was a formula with one look. I spent a lot of money to buy it. Then, I focused on researching and preserving the few ingredients that were lacking in the life potion. The difficulty of creating the life potion was far beyond my imagination. If it wasn't for this senior pharmacist from the Scourge Church, to be honest, I wouldn't have been able to create it. All I did was repair it. The words at the bottom of the sentence were gradually blurred, but the basic meaning was already expressed. So, this life potion formula actually belonged to the Scourge Church from 100,000 years ago. In other words, it belonged to Brother Ron. Rainey muttered to herself. This made her even more determined to give the life potion formula to Ron. Let's go. There's nothing more to see here. Rainey sighed. She kept the formulas and a few bottles of potions into her dimensional bag. Then, she pulled Kay out of the Barrow family's secret basement. The two of them had just climbed out of the basement when they heard a strange voice. Oh, isn't this Miss Rosie? The two of them jumped in shock. Rainey looked towards the voice and saw an old woman with a gloomy gaze and a faint smile standing there. Judy? Why are you here? Rainey was shocked. This Judy was none other than the housekeeper of the Barrow family. She was mainly in charge of Rainey's daily life and treated her well. After the Barrow family met with a disaster, she went missing and her whereabouts were unknown. Rainey didn't expect to see her here. Judith giggled happily. I didn't expect Miss Rosie to still remember me. Speaking of which, this is something to be happy about. At this time, Kay pulled Rainey and said in a low voice, Be careful. Something doesn't seem right. Rainey looked around and suddenly became alert. She frowned and said, Judy, what are you trying to say? Pornographic novel. Nothing. Judy smiled slightly, her wrinkled eyes flashing with sharpness. Rumor has it that the Barrow family has a secret basement. Inside, they had all the potion formulas that the Barrow family had researched. We searched here for a long time, but couldn't find it. I didn't expect that under Miss Lead, we would actually find it. Judith paused for a moment before taking a step forward with an ominous glint in her eyes. Miss Rosie, I won't waste any more words. Hand over the stamina potion and life potion formulas in your hands, as well as the Barrow family's formula. What? Rainey and Kay heard and were shocked. Kay's eyes widened. Other than me, Rainey has never told anyone about the life potion formula. How did you know about it? So you have the life potion formula? Judy was elated. She couldn't be bothered to answer Kay's question. Her body trembled in excitement. Quick, give it to me, and I can spare your life. Judy, who the hell are you? Rainey also understood. This Judy's identity was probably not as simple as the Barrow family's housekeeper. Hee, you're asking me who I am? Judy smiled slightly. Master, how long are you going to hide? Come out, all of you. Don't you want the life potion formula? Ha ha. Following a hearty voice, a man with a white, beardless, and fierce-looking face appeared from the dark. Following him were a large number of human experts. Every one of them had the ability to surpass the master level. A few of them had even broken through the master level. Mark Doss? When Rainey saw who it was, her eyes reddened. It was this person who had caused her family to be destroyed and exiled to the ends of the world. If it wasn't for Ron who saved her, she would have died long ago. At this time, Rainey completely understood. She glared at Judy fiercely. Judy, I didn't know. So this is how it is. You're a spy, too. Miss Rosie, you're right. I've always been a member of the Nayand family. A smile appeared on Judy's ugly face. If you want to blame someone, blame your father. I've worked for the Nayand family for more than 10 years, and he actually allowed me to enter the Barrow family without checking my background. He even promoted me all the way to the position of housekeeper. For a person like him to become the head of the Barrow family, today's ending was already set. Shameless traitor. Rainey was so angry that her face was red. Traitor? No. Judy smiled slightly. I've always been loyal to the Nayand family. Cut the crap, Mark Doss said confidently with a smile. Miss Rosie, according to seniority, I should call you my niece. Regarding the Barrow family's matter, as someone in the same line of work, I'm also heartbroken. As for the life potion formula in your hands, give it to me. I can give you a satisfactory price and guarantee you a comfortable life for the rest of your life. How about it? Rainey finally saw the greed and shamelessness of the head of the Nayand family, Mark Doss. Not only did he want to keep the life potion formula for himself, but he also pushed the matter of the Barrow family to the side. Was that possible? That day when the Barrow family met with misfortune, Rainey saw many of the Nayand family's experts. She even saw Mark Doss with her own eyes. Chapter 577. Seeing that Rainey was being blamed, Kay sneered and stood up. Rainey, don't waste your breath on these people. Let me break their necks one by one. How arrogant. This young man talks big. Who does he think he is? He's just a kid who hasn't even grown his hair yet. Just as Kay finished her sentence, the Nayand family's elites started mocking her. They laughed and did not care about the two youths at all. These two kids were not even 20 years old. How strong could they be? The Nayand family's elites thought. Mark Doss laughed, and then his smile disappeared. He said sinisterly, Kid, are you tired of living? If you're not from the Barrow family, please get lost. Some things can be helped, and some things can't. At this time, he turned to Rainey and said with a smile that was not a smile, Miss Rosie, hand over the formula for the life potion. You don't have the ability to keep it. Don't even think about it. This was a blatant robbery. Once Rainey heard it, she immediately became nervous and clutched her space bag tightly. Do it. Mark Doss laughed coldly. He did not want to waste his breath on the two of them anymore. He commanded the Nayand family's elites to pounce. Swoosh! The sound of weapons being unsheathed was exceptionally loud. Dozens of figures turned into shadows and pounced on the two of them like wolves and tigers. Among them were honorary knights, great sword masters, elite assassins, magicians, and other occupations. Facing two youths who were not even 20 years old, their first move was to kill. Oh. At this time, Kay was enraged. She yelled, and a golden light burst out. It was so bright that people could not open their eyes. What is this? The Nayan family's elites were stunned. The other party's power made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Not long after, Kay completed his transformation. He had turned into a huge monster that was 4 meters tall and weighed a few tons. His entire body was covered with long golden hair. When Markdos took a closer look, he was almost scared out of his wits. The person in front of him was actually a Beaumont. Beaumont's appearance stunned all the experts of the Nayan family. How was that possible? Markdos' face was full of disbelief. How could he be Beaumont? How did Beaumont get involved with the Barrow family? In the eyes of humans, the powerful Beaumont clan was an unreachable existence. Furthermore, the Beaumont in front of them was a true powerhouse of the sacred domain. Roar! At that moment, Kay made his move. He let out a low roar and fiercely punched the ground. Golden light flashed, and a gust of wind blew across the ground. Boom! The nearest master-grade powerhouse couldn't dodge in time and was hit by Kay's punch. His head exploded like a watermelon, and fresh blood splattered all over the ground. Bloody and violent. This was the image of a Beaumont. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, waking everyone up. The Nayan family's elites then realized that they were facing a terrifying magical beast. In an instant, these elites' fighting spirit collapsed. Don't kill me. Please, I don't want to kill you. Spare my life, Lord Beaumont. Under Kay's peerless ferocity, the Nayan family's elites were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. They knelt down and begged, but it was useless. Kay didn't care about anything. Whoever bullied Rainey had to pay the price. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. One by one, the Nayan family's elites fell into a pool of blood. Some elites wanted to escape, but Kay caught up with them at an extremely fast speed. In a blink of an eye, they turned into a pool of blood. Markdos and Judith were already stunned. They didn't think that they would provoke such a fiend just by coming alone to get the formula of the potion of life. The two of them were trembling, and their faces were pale. If they couldn't wait to leave this scary place. Under Kay's rampage, everything in front of them was like hell. Katja, a master-level elite's head was twisted in Kay's hands like a chicken. That guy's head drooped, and he died quickly. In just a few minutes, dozens of Nayan family's elites were slaughtered by Kay. Most of these elites had participated in the attack on the Barrow family. In the Barrow family's territory that had been burned to ashes, they finally received their retribution. Now it's your turn. Kay smiled coldly. He strode to Markdos and Judith's side, his huge body exuding a terrifying aura. No. Markdos and Judith both retreated, their faces full of fear. Miss Rosie, please let us go. I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to get the formula of the potion of life. Rainey snorted coldly, her eyes fixed on the two of them. It was as if her eyes were about to spit fire. Let me ask you, who was it that led the elites to kill my family? It wasn't me. Markdos immediately denied. It was him. When Judith heard it, she immediately screamed. She stretched out her chicken claw-like fingers and pointed at Markdos. He was the one who ordered all of this, Miss Rosie. This has nothing to do with me. You're spouting nonsense. Markdos was anxious. He roared, isn't it just a pornographic novel? It was you, B*TCH. You said that the head of the Barrow family had researched the formula of the stamina potion and lured me into taking action. You even asked for 1/3 of the profit from selling the stamina potion. The two of them started arguing. At this juncture, whoever admitted to it would be a fool. Go to hell. Kay smiled coldly. He was no longer in the mood to watch the two's clumsy performance. At this time, his body moved, and he punched toward Markdos. Seeing Kay's iron fist coming towards him, Markdos's face changed. In a moment of desperation, he grabbed Judith's body and pushed her violently. Katja! With a loud sound, the strong fist penetrated Judith's body. Her face was filled with intense anger and unwillingness as she slowly breathed her last. Now it's your turn. Kay's punch was supposed to kill Markdos, but he didn't expect that Markdos would push Judith out as a scapegoat. However, this didn't shake Kay's determination to kill him. He smiled coldly, and his huge body slowly approached. Don't kill me. Markdos's body was as soft as mud. He knelt down with a plop and begged desperately for mercy. Miss Rosie, I'll give you the entire wealth of the Nayan family. Please spare me. Markdoz's intestines had already turned green with regret. Why did he have to think about the formula of the potion of life? How could a small family of pharmacists from the Holy Roman Empire afford to offend the powerful Beaumont family? At the end of the day, he was still greedy. At this time, a golden light flashed. As expected, Markdoz's eyes widened and his body fell down weakly, ending his evil and greedy life. Kai killed him cleanly, without any hesitation. Daddy, Mommy, I've finally avenged you. Seeing Markdoz's body fall down, Rainey murmured. Her tears flowed down her cheeks gently. Although she had avenged the Barrow family, Rainey couldn't feel happy no matter what. So what if she had avenged them? Could her parents still come back to life? Report. Come in. After a brief exchange, Lachlan pushed open the door and entered the room. This was the study room of the King of Abia and also Juliana's temporary office. Juliana looked up. Her pretty face was a little thin, and her eyes were sunken. Her beautiful big eyes were bloodshot. It seemed like she hadn't slept well for the past 2 days. How is it? Is Lady Kay back yet? Juliana asked anxiously when she saw Lachlan. Lady Kay isn't back yet. Lachlan shook his head and said, She's not back yet. It's been 2 days. Juliana's eyes dimmed when she heard that. She knew very well what it meant to have one less sacred domain warrior in Dark City. Did the Holy Sea's army make any moves? Juliana asked after thinking for a while. No. Lachlan nodded honestly. They're still stationed in a city not far from Dark City. They'll send people to harass us from time to time, but none of their sacred domain warriors are seen. Juliana frowned. Her instincts told her that something was wrong. The Holy See was obviously waiting for something. This wasn't a good thing. However, Lachlan hesitated for a while before saying, Principal Pratt's from the Balarax Academy, Montego from the Soaring Dragon Academy, and Hill from the Hans Academy seemed to be getting impatient. They've been waiting here for 2 days, but there's no movement, so they want to leave. What? They want to leave? Juliana's face turned pale. She hurriedly said, No, we can't let them leave at this critical juncture. Once they leave, we'll all be finished. No matter what, we have to make them stay, even if it's just for 1 more day. Juliana said, word by word. This? Lachlan scratched his head awkwardly. I can try, but Your Majesty, you know my words won't have much effect. Not to mention, Lachlan, even Juliana's words wouldn't have much effect. The other party was a sacred domain warrior who wouldn't give in to anyone. Besides, the 3 of them were the leaders of the 3 major academies of the Roland Empire. They had a lot of things to deal with, so there was no reason for them to be trapped here every day to help them defend the city. Then go find Sir Ron and let Sir Ron persuade them. Juliana said resolutely. Don't let them leave at this time. Okay. Lachlan shrugged and reluctantly agreed. He felt very uncomfortable at the thought of going to Ron. Because of the matter with the priest, Ron had some opinions about him. In an unknown small city about 50 miles away from Undercity, the sacred army that retreated from Undercity was stationed here. That night, this unknown small city welcomed a special guest. Sir Heron, why are you here? In a small room, the Holy See, Guangming Grand Judge Nord received the guest and shouted in surprise. The guest was a middle-aged man with dark skin. He wore a knight's robe and stood in front of Nord with a serious face. Chapter 578. In the Holy See, The Dragon Knight Herring was a pornographic novel. He had always been a man of few words. Even the highest-level elders meeting, he rarely spoke. Most of the time, people even forgot about his existence. However, although Herring did not speak much, he had always been trusted by His Majesty Pope Ernst. This was because he was a traditional knight who followed the knight's code of loyalty, humility, bravery, justice, honor, sacrifice, and compassion. He was a special existence in the Holy 9 temples. He did not offend anyone and did not curry favor with anyone. In the face of Nord's enthusiasm, Herring only nodded faintly and said slowly, His Majesty is here. His Majesty is here? Nord's eyes widened in surprise. He knew that the His Majesty Herring spoke it was not His Majesty Charles XXVI, but the Pope of the Holy See, His Majesty Ernst. Nor took a deep breath. His expression was somewhat complicated. To be honest, he did not want His Majesty to come. This showed his incompetence. However, if His Majesty did not come, he would have no chance of winning in the face of Undercity's huge advantage. The powerhouses of the sacred domain of the three academies of the Roland Empire had already clearly stood on the side of the Scourge Church. In terms of the number of powerhouses of the sacred domain, they had greatly surpassed the Holy See. This matter made Nord feel very troubled. His Majesty already knows everything that has happened here. Herring slowly raised his head. His expression was very calm, as if nothing in the world could move him. His Majesty will arrive here in about 2 days. He also brought 600,000 troops of the Holy Roman Empire, as well as all the powerhouses of the sacred domain of the Holy See. When the time comes, he will join the sacred army and flatten Undercity in one fell swoop, eliminating the Scourge Church. As night fell, twilight shrouded the earth. The headquarters of the Scourge Church, Undercity, appeared even gloomier. The cyan light illuminated the streets and alleys, adding a bit of tranquility to the long-damaged city. Ron sat cross-legged on the bed, one hand propping up his cheek, deep worry on his face. Several days had passed, but there had been no movement from the Sacred Army. Not only did this not reassure Ron, it only made him even more worried. The existence of the Sacred Legion was like a thorn in his heart. Ron knew very well that if Platts and the other 2 Sacred Domain powerhouses hadn't arrived that day, his Undercity would have been lost. The Scourge Church that he had painstakingly built would have once again gone up in smoke. Ron sighed. When he first stepped into the Sacred Domain and became a Sacred Domain expert, he thought that he would become the pinnacle existence of the continent, and all living beings would look up to him. But when he really reached the Sacred Domain realm, he suddenly realized that the so-called Sacred Domain was just a new starting point. In the Noah continent, a Sacred Domain expert was nothing. It seems that I'm still too weak. At this moment, Ron felt a deep sense of crisis. He knew that although Platts and the other 2 didn't say goodbye to him, he could foresee that they wouldn't stay here forever. Blindly relying on outsiders is not the right path. Only by strengthening my own strength can I protect the Scourge Church. With thought silently, his eyebrows gradually relaxed, and a trace of determination appeared in his dark eyes. No matter what, even if I fail, I will persevere until the last moment and never give up. As if the confusion in his heart had been swept away, Ron felt as if a large stone had been lifted from his heart. He took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and quietly entered a state of cultivation. Not long after, countless black gas appeared on Ron's body. His enormous soul force was released, and one after another, skulls constantly formed with the black gas. They were like human faces, and they let out mournful cries, as if thousands of souls were howling. The whole room was filled with a gloomy aura. Necromancers, manipulators of the undead. The aura of death from hell had turned into their power. At this moment, Ron's heart suddenly moved. He felt a slight crack in his sea of consciousness. Could it be that I'm about to break through? Ron was delighted. That crack was clearly a sign of a breakthrough. Breaking through the shackles in one go. Breaking through to the intermediate rank of Grand Magus Necromancer. At this moment, Ron's heart had an additional belief. He began to absorb the scattered soul force. At the same time, he mobilized all the soul force to a single point and fiercely rushed towards the crack. His sea of consciousness began to surge, as if the wind and clouds had suddenly changed. The originally calm sky was suddenly filled with countless whirlpools. It was as if the sea was boiling, and countless huge waves were stirred up. Ron's soul force had already reached an extremely exaggerated level. The vast sea of consciousness couldn't be seen with a single glance. The souls floating in the sky were incomparably strong. He reached out a hand and stirred up the wind and clouds. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful soul force constantly collided with the thick barrier, causing huge tremors. The entire sky seemed as if it was about to collapse, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Resisting the pain, Ron's mind became more and more resolute. Early the next morning, in an ordinary room in Dark City, Becerra's mouth was wide open. She looked at the two people in front of her, her eyes filled with disbelief. Rainey, Kay, where did the two of you go? These few days, Ron was worried to death. Becerra had just woken up when she saw the two of them. She immediately asked, Sister, where's Brother Ron? Rainey and Kay rushed back to Dark City in the middle of the night. The sky was already bright, and Kay had flown thousands of kilometers without even panting. She picked up a glass of water from the table and gulped it down. She didn't even wipe her sweat and directly asked, Ron is in the basement of the headquarters. You're looking for him? Becerra hesitated and asked. Yes, Rainey said excitedly. I can finally help Brother Ron. Sister Becerra, look at this. Rainey took out something from the space bag. It was a healing potion. What is this? Becerra didn't know what the healing potion was and asked hesitantly. This is a healing potion. It can heal injuries. Kay said excitedly. With this, the Death Sorcerer's injuries won't have to worry anymore. Really? Becerra was overjoyed. She knew that Ron was racking his brains over the Death Sorcerer's treatment. She hurriedly urged, Quick, tell Ron this good news. When Kay and Rainey arrived at the basement where Ron was cultivating, they were stopped by D-Lin. You're finally back. D-Lin saw the two of them and nodded lightly as a greeting. But you can't go in. Ah, why? I have good news for him. Rainey said. D-Lin said sternly, Ron is cultivating in seclusion. No matter how important it is, you can't disturb him. Oh, Rainey's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. She nodded and said, All right then. I'll wait for him here. Is Rainey back? At this time, a voice came from the other side of the door. At the same time, the door creaked open and Ron, dressed in a black robe, walked out slowly. Ron, you're finally out? D-Lin smiled and said, her voice filled with joy. Big Brother Ron. When little Rain saw Ron, she jumped up in surprise. Ron, you... D-Lin was shocked to find that the Ron in front of her was completely different. Ron's face revealed a strong sense of confidence. His spiritual energy seemed to be uncontrollably seeping out. After not seeing him for a while, his face looked paler. It was so pale that it looked a little green. His pale face looked a little strange. What surprised D-Lin the most was that Ron's ability had greatly improved. Ron, you broke through? D-Lin asked in surprise and joy. In the sacred domain, every breakthrough was extremely difficult. It involved countless opportunities and hard work. Some people, even if they reached the sacred domain, might be stuck in that realm for the rest of their lives, never to improve. Ron had just broken through to the sacred domain not long ago, and now he had broken through to the intermediate level again. The Holy Sea's army pressured Ron greatly. The sacred army stationed not far away was like a huge rock pressing on his heart, making him restless. Under this pressure, Ron actually broke through. Yes, I just broke through to the intermediate level of the sacred domain. Ron smiled slightly and nodded lightly. He was already a mid-level sacred Magus Necromancer. His spiritual energy was incomparably strong. At this moment, he was filled with confidence. That's great. D-Lin was also happy for Ron. Ron glanced at Rainey and Kay at the side, snorted, and said, Rainey, what have you been doing these 2 days? You even took Kay with you? Brother Ron, what do you think this is? Rainey took out the life potion and waved it in front of Ron proudly. This is the life potion? Ron recognized the item in Rainey's hand at a glance. His eyes were filled with surprise. Rainey, where did you get this? I made it, Rainey said excitedly. I've been doing this for the past 2 days. You know how to make the life potion? Ron's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe the reality in front of him. He took the potion of life from Rainey's hands and carefully held it in his hands. This was a real potion of life. The rich life energy inside made one feel relaxed and happy. It's true, Kay said happily. She told him about Rainey's return to the Barrow family. Rainey got the complete formula from the family and made the life potion. That's great, Ron said excitedly. With this, I can treat the necromancers in the Scourge Church. Rainey, you've done a great service this time. Ron smiled and said, I represent all the necromancers in the Scourge Church to thank you. As he said that, He bowed deeply to Rainey. Rainey's face was red. She lowered her head shyly after being praised by Ron. Can this thing be mass-produced? Ron asked. Just like the stamina potion. Of course. Rainey heard and puffed out her chest. As long as I have enough materials, I can make the life potion. That's great. Ron heard and his eyes lit up. With this thing, we'll have more confidence in dealing with the Holy Sea. Ron smiled faintly as he held the health potion in his hand. At this time, Juliana hurriedly ran over. She, who had always been calm, had an incomparably flustered expression on her face. When she saw Ron, her eyes lit up as if she had found her backbone. Ron, it's not good. The Holy Sea has started to attack. Chapter 579. Below Gloom City, a dense crowd of soldiers had gathered. They were dressed in white clothes and white armor. Their expressions were solemn and murderous. There was no end in sight. They were the sacred army that struck fear into the hearts of others. In addition to the Holy Legion, there were even more people wearing the uniforms of the Holy Roman Empire. Countless griffin soldiers were circling in the sky, as if an army was pressing down. The people of Gloom City had already woken up from their sleep. They looked at the frightening scene before them, and their mouths were wide open in shock, unable to say a word. All the powerhouses of the sacred domain in Gloom City were standing on top of the city walls, and their mood became heavy as they saw this scene. The Holy Sea is coming in full force, Pratt said in a heavy voice. Not only the Holy Sea, but even the army of the Holy Roman Empire is coming, Juliana said. Facing the overwhelming army, she could only feel despair. Ron didn't say anything, but he tightly held his dragon bone staff, his nerves stretched taut. At this time, a not-so-tall figure slowly walked out of the army. He was wearing white clothes and white armor, and his appearance was very abrupt. It's him. Montego, who was standing beside Pratt's, narrowed his eyes, and a sharp killing intent instantly filled the air. Who is he? Pratt asked with a frown. From his aura, he seems to be a powerhouse of the sacred domain. His name is Helen, Dragon Knight Helen. Montego took a deep breath and looked at Helen with a complicated expression. He is the same as me, from the Soaring Dragon Academy. The two of us were classmates, and later, Montego paused. Later, he became the Hall Master of the Holy Sea's Hall of Protection, one of the sacred domain powerhouses of the Elder Council, and I became the Dean of the Soaring Dragon Academy. So that's how it is? Pratt nodded. It is said that the sacred domain powerhouse of the Holy Sea's Hall of Protection is a very mysterious person. So it was him. Montegot smiled faintly. What he didn't say was that he and Heron used to be very good friends. Later on, they broke off because of a woman, and this woman was now Montegot's wife. Heron walked very slowly. Every step he took was heavy. He walked to the bottom of Undercity and slowly raised his head. He smiled coldly and shouted in a clear voice. Montegot, I know you're inside. Right now, I challenge you with the honor of a dragon knight. I challenge you to a duel. Helen shouted and raised the dragon spear in his hand. Swish! The cold spear emitted a sharp glint. What? He actually dared to challenge the golden dragon knight. Lord Montegot? Is he tired of living? No. He's also a sacred domain expert. Who is this person? Helen's challenge caused a lot of discussion in Undercity. Montegot took a deep breath. Helen, I didn't expect you to challenge me when we brothers meet again. Is this our fate? Montegot's eyes shone with a strong fighting spirit. Very well. Helen, I accept your challenge. Let me see how much you've improved after staying in the Holy See for so many years. Montegot reached out and a long dragon spear appeared in his hand. He slapped the top of the city wall and was about to jump down. Montegot, don't go. Pratt reached out to stop him and said with a serious expression, now that the war is coming, he's leading you to a duel. Be careful of falling into the enemy's trap. Montegot, you don't dare to accept my challenge. Are you going to be a coward? At this time, Helen's voice sounded again. His tone was full of provocation. He waved his spear. Come, Montegot, let me see what kind of man El Orial fell in love with. The El Orial that Helen was talking about was Montegot's wife, the woman that both of them fell in love with at the same time. Hee hee, Prats, I have no choice but to go now. If I don't go, I'll become a coward. Montegot smiled slightly and said. Seeing that Montegot had made up his mind, Prats nodded slightly and reminded him, be careful. Just as Montegot was about to leave, Ron stopped him. Ron took out a bottle of healing potion from his spatial bag. Rainey had just concocted it. As time was tight, she only concocted one bottle. Ron stuffed the healing potion into Montegot's hands. Take it. Montegot was shocked. It's the healing potion. Where did it come from? Don't ask. Take it first. Ron answered. Montegot nodded. The healing potion was very important to him. It was almost equivalent to his life. Seeing Ron's dignified manner, he didn't have many healing potions on hand. I'm going. Montegot jumped down from the tall city wall. He held his dragon spear and slowly stood in front of Herlin. Herlin, as you wish, I'm here. Montegot smiled. His smile was full of confidence. Herlin sized Montegot up and nodded slowly. Very good. After so many years, you still haven't changed. He sighed slightly. Montegot, you don't have to get involved in this mess. Montegot was stunned. He didn't expect Herlin's first sentence to be this. He frowned. Herlin, what do you mean? Nothing. Herlin's face was expressionless. He said lightly, I'm just advising you to leave and protect yourself. Even if you don't believe in the Holy See, you don't have to stand with the Scourge Church. Today, here, everything you see will cease to exist. Montegot's face darkened. You don't have to worry about my matters. Stubborn. Herlin sneered. If not for the fact that you're my classmate and El Oriel's husband, I wouldn't bother advising you. Since you've already made your choice, there's nothing I can do. Herlin's eyes flashed with killing intent. Rather than letting you die in the hands of others, it's better to let me kill you. Montegot was so angry that he laughed. Very well, then let me see your strength. There was no need to say more. They could see through each other's eyes and understand each other's will. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the two hexagram formations. Two monstrous beasts flapped their wings and soared to the sky. Two huge figures floated in the sky. One was a huge golden wyvern with a sturdy defense. The other was a slightly smaller fiery wyvern with a powerful attack. These two powerful beasts were subdued by dragon knights from other planes. They constantly roared and flapped their wings, emitting a terrifying aura that made people shudder. Dragon knights, they're both dragon knights. The crowd cheered. The appearance of these two dragon knights made their blood boil. Come, Montegot said coldly as he waved his spear. Heron did not answer. He raised his spear, and a flame appeared and condensed at the tip of the spear. It was like a beautiful flame flower. He clamped his legs together, and the flame-flying dragon under him roared. It flapped its wings and brought a gust of wind. It charged at Montegot, leaving behind a fiery afterimage. Montegot wasn't willing to be outdone. He protected his body with a huge shield and counterattacked at the same time. An incomparably tyrannical water-type aura spread out like ice on a cold day. His long spear stabbed out, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop by a few dozen degrees. Aura, carrying raging fire, and ice continuously surged out. In the blink of an eye, the two dragon knights had already exchanged dozens of blows in the air. The roars of the golden wyvern and the fiery wyvern came from the sky. While their masters were fighting, they weren't idle either. They constantly flapped their wings, attacking and tearing at each other. In terms of magic attack power, the fiery wyvern that could shoot out fiery dragon breath was undoubtedly superior. However, the golden wyvern had the advantage in terms of strength. Its attacks were sharp. Every time the two wyverns clashed, it would tear off a piece of flesh from its opponent. Too powerful. This was the first time Ron had seen a battle between two dragon knights. He only felt shock in his heart. The dragon knight profession was really too powerful. Riding a huge wyvern and soaring in the sky, relying on the strength and speed of the wyvern and the dragon knight's aura attacks. It was simply a perfect combination. That Herlin is very strong. He's on par with Montegot. Prats frowned, somewhat worried. He originally thought that with Montegot's strength, he wouldn't have many opponents in the sacred domain. That Herlin's strength far exceeded his expectations. They were originally students of the Soaring Dragon Academy. It's normal for their strength to be close. If that wasn't the case, that Hurlin wouldn't have taken the initiative to issue a challenge. Hill said. He paused for a moment and coldly smiled. If Monty loses, I'll deal with that, Hurlin. Pratt hesitated for a moment before saying, Hill, don't forget that Monty is a dragon knight. He has always followed the rules of knight. This is a fair duel. If we get involved, it will be a blasphemy to his dignity as a knight. I believe that he won't be happy. Don't forget that this is a battlefield. Hill's eyes flashed with a deep killing intent. He raised his voice. I don't care about fairness. Are you going to watch Monty die without doing anything? In any case, I won't. Pratt was speechless. Like Hill, he wouldn't sit and watch Monty die in a fair duel. If Monty won, then it would be fine. But if he lost, then he would definitely take action. Ron immediately said, Dean Pratt, Dean Hill, Dean Monty is fighting for our Gloom City. When the time comes, if there's a need, all of our sacred domain experts will participate in the attack. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound came from the sky. The Golden Wyvern Knight Monty and the fiery Wyvern Knight Helen, the two Saint-level dragon knights, had reached a critical juncture in their battle. They fiercely clashed against each other, their fire-type and water-type fighting auras exploding like mountains. Space itself seemed to have been torn apart, and the air was filled with the auras of fire and ice. Flame Red Lotus. World of Ice. Monty and Helen shouted in unison. They both activated their domains. At this time, two completely different auras suddenly burst out. These two auras constantly spread in all directions, devouring each other. Chapter 580. Ha ha ha, Monty, is that all you've got? You've really disappointed me. In the midst of the battle between ice and fire, Helen laughed maniacally. Suddenly, the power of his fire domain expanded tenfold. A huge fireball spread out between heaven and earth, firmly suppressing Monty's water domain. Not good. Pratt was shocked. His heart tightened as he saw Monty ride his golden dragon and fall down like a meteor. Sir Helen won. Sir Helen is mighty. Kill him. The Holy See cheered. They looked at Hurlin with fanatical eyes. No matter where they were, the strong were always the center of attention. Perhaps it was because of the strong from the Holy See that many people walked the path of faith. Defeated. The minds of the people in Undercity were blank. Ebia's King Juliana's face was ashen. Monty had been defeated. This was a fatal blow to their morale. The opponent had such a huge advantage, and this was simply one disaster after another. Damn it. Pratt was furious. He waved his hand, and a ball of flames formed in his hand. He didn't even look and directly attacked Hurlin. Pratt made his move, but Hill was faster. His figure disappeared with a swoosh. Attack! Ron shouted. At this time, a ball of black fog quickly condensed. In an instant, he summoned the Abyss Bone Dragon. The powerful bone dragon flapped its bone wings and flew into the air. Black flames surrounded its body, and it carried a powerful aura of death. Dragon Rider Helen had just defeated Monty. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a faint shadow ignore the surging domain power and quietly attack him. Defensive stance. Hurlin reacted quickly. He wisely chose to defend. With a clang, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. A completely invisible dagger was placed in front of Hurlin. It was less than 3 centimeters away from his neck. He could even feel the bone-chilling coldness from the dagger. Stab. Shadow strike. Bleed. Hill's eyes had already turned blood red. He attacked in anger, and each of his attacks was fatal. A series of attacks passed through the sacred weapon Shadow Blade, like a violent storm. The sharpness of the sacred weapon combined with Hill's strength exploded with a powerful combat strength. Hill stood on the back of the fiery wyvern and launched attacks at Hurlin, beating him into a sorry state. Attack. Under the command of the Holy Sea's commander, the powerful Holy Legion and Holy Empire's army moved in action. They formed a torrential flood of steel as they charged towards Gloom City like an unstoppable tide. At this time, Ron, D. Lin, Corbett, K, and the others also took action. They fought with the Sacred Legion that swarmed over. Corbett took out his sacred sword, and Lin also transformed into a moon-devouring heavenly wolf. A huge golden beaumont swept through the crowd. The abyssal skeletal dragon in the sky roared and spat out dragon breath of death at the army on the ground. Wherever the dragon breath swept through, it turned into scorched earth. Countless holy sea soldiers were corroded by the black flames until not even their bones were left. Guangming Grand Judge Nord, Guangming Judge Ivan, Guangming Consul Olaf, Holy Knight Commander Boulder, Holy Priest Imina, Guangming Commander Belcardo, Archbishop Dokit, and Holy Archer Higman. In order to destroy the Scourge Church, all the powerhouses of the sacred domain of the Holy See came out in full force. An earth-shattering battle broke out. Everyone knew that the decisive moment had arrived, but they didn't expect it to come so quickly. Countless necromancers rushed to the top of the city walls and shouted their slogans. Countless necromancers bombarded the Holy Legion below Undercity. The Holy Legion below Undercity had already been buffed with various auras and buffs, greatly reducing the necromancers' attacks. A clear cry came from the sky. The Holy Roman Empire's Griffin Legion had also launched an attack on Undercity. The huge griffin flapped their wings and landed on the top of Undercity like an eagle. They grabbed an Abia soldier and flew into the sky. The poor Abia soldier was torn to pieces by several griffin in the sky. Be careful. The Griffin Knight is coming. Cast your spells. Fire your arrows. After fighting with the Holy Roman Empire's Griffin Legion for a long time, the Abia soldiers had their own way of dealing with the griffin. A dense number of spears were raised, preventing the griffin from approaching. Countless magic arrows were fired into the sky. The griffin weren't dragonhawks. They didn't have strong magic resistance or tough armor. Once they were hit, they would fall to the ground. Soon, a few griffin knights were shot down. The powerful abyssal skeletal dragon was wreaking havoc. At this moment, a golden light suddenly shone and fiercely bombarded the abyssal skeletal dragon. The abyssal skeletal dragon screamed in pain. More than half of its body was corroded by the golden light, and one of its skeletal wings disappeared. Pope. Ron's gaze focused on a figure wearing a red robe. That person was none other than the person who had caused all of Ron's problems, the highest leader of the Holy See, Pope Ernst. Ernst's face was expressionless. In his hands was a book shining with golden light, constantly emitting a blinding light. This light made Ron feel uncomfortable. The Book of Divine Prophecy. Ron sucked in a breath of cold air. He recognized at a glance that this was the Book of Divine Prophecy that had once caused great damage to Homeland's grandfather. The power of the Book of Divine Prophecy was still fresh in his memory. At this moment, facing the Pope who held the Book of Divine Prophecy, Ron couldn't help but be cautious. The Book of Divine Prophecy wasn't a book, but a weapon. The light it emitted was a fatal threat to undead creatures. Ron waved the dragon bone staff in his hand, and a green ball of light was instantly formed. The ball of light flew out like a cannonball, but its target wasn't Ernst, but the injured abyssal skeletal dragon. Death Entanglement. The Death Entanglement hit the skeletal dragon, but the skeletal dragon revealed a joyful expression. It let out a cheerful cry, and the black flames on its body suddenly burst forth. In an instant, the skeletal dragon recovered to its original state. Its pitch-black eyes emitted a bright red light as it stared fiercely at Ernst. Undead creatures had their own unique memories and wouldn't forget those who had harmed them. What terrifying necromancy magic! Seeing that the terrifying skeletal dragon had recovered its fighting strength in an instant, Ernst's eyes revealed a dignified expression. Ron, I have to admit that your necromancy magic is very powerful, very powerful. But today it's all over. Ernst slowly raised his head and held the Book of Divine Prophecy in front of his chest. He continuously drew a cross with a pious expression. Chapter 581. Undead Calamity. Ron wasn't willing to just sit there and wait for death. He clenched his teeth and began to summon large amounts of undead creatures. A black aura suddenly spread out with Ron at the center. The soil continuously hardened, and some green liquid appeared on the blackened ground. Countless skeletons drilled out from the ground. The skeletons swung their arms, their black eyes revealing a dark glint. They let out earth-shattering roars at Pope. Bloodthirsty berserk, kill. A fierce glint flashed in Ron's eyes as he added bloodthirsty berserk to all the skeletons he summoned. In an instant, the eyes of all the skeletons turned red, and their dark auras became even more berserk. Whoosh! All the skeleton archmages raised the bone staff in their hands. Strands of magical elements continuously condensed, and in the next moment, several hundred rays of light shot towards Ernst in the sky. Facing the attack of several hundred skeleton archmages, Ernst faintly smiled, not putting the power of this attack in his eyes. Lowly, ugly creature, your power is as insignificant as the light of a firefly in front of the gods. Ernst chanted in a low voice as he slowly raised the Book of Divine Prophecy. The Book of Divine Prophecy seemed to have a mind of its own as it began to float. The dazzling light made people unable to open their eyes. Tremble, mortal, no one could defy the will of the gods. After saying this, the light of the Book of Divine Prophecy erupted like a mountain, sprinkling down millions of rays of light in an instant. Boom! A powerful tremor appeared between heaven and earth. Even the space seemed to collapse as the milky, white holy light descended and swept away the haze on the ground. Wah! What? Ron was stunned. He saw the undead creatures he summoned melt like snow when they met the white light, turning into a cloud of black smoke and disappearing. Not even a speck of dust was left. Under the illumination of the light, the undead creatures howled in grief as they were burned to ashes one by one. The combination of undead calamity and bloodthirsty berserk collapsed under the attack of the Book of Divine Prophecy. Not only were the low-level undead creatures affected, even the powerful abyssal skeletal dragon was blown away. In just an instant, Ron went from a powerhouse with tens of thousands of undead creatures to a commander without an army. Although a necromancer didn't rely on summoning undead creatures to fight, their disappearance greatly reduced their strength. How is this possible? Lin, who had been watching Ron's battle the entire time, was shocked. She couldn't help but secretly worry for Ron. This time, Lin's was much stronger than her previous opponent. Battle of illuminated by the light, the black fog began to dissipate. Ron's canopy of undead also lost its effect. The entirety of Undercity was exposed to the sunlight. At this moment, Undercity was like a young girl who had been stripped naked, allowing anyone to peep at her and humiliate her. Pope and Ernst held the Book of Divine Prophecy in their hands. They were like gods descending from the heavens. The will of the gods couldn't be defied. This is bad. Juliana's beautiful face turned pale. Her heart sank to the bottom. Ron was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Even though he had increased his strength, he still felt fear surging from the bottom of his heart in the face of the Book of Divine Prophecy. Divine power. That's right, this is Guangming's divine power. At this moment, Ron suddenly discovered that there was a faint trace of golden light within the myriad rays of light that sprinkled down. This isn't a holy artifact. It definitely isn't. The only thing that could release Guangming's divine power was a divine artifact. A so-called divine artifact was something that only the gods could possess. The divinity, divine power, and the will of the gods within the divine artifact possess supreme power. Fire magic, water magic, fighting aura, strength, and so on all paled in comparison to the will of the gods. The Book of Divine Prophecy wasn't a holy artifact. It was a genuine divine artifact and also the treasure of the Holy See. Its existence guaranteed the supremacy of the Holy See in the human world. Unfortunately, with Ernst's strength, he couldn't unleash the true power of the Book of Divine Prophecy. Otherwise, the Book of Divine Prophecy, which contained the will of God Guangming, would be even more terrifying. It's a divine artifact. The knowledgeable Corbett immediately recognized the item in Pope and Ernst's hands. The power of this item was something that even the powerhouses of the God realm were wary of. This book, it's a divine artifact? Ron stared fixedly at the Book of Divine Prophecy in the sky. He clenched his teeth and blurted out a sentence. That's right. Pope and Ernst smiled. The Book of Divine Prophecy is a genuine divine artifact. It's the most precious gift given to the Holy See by the true gods. Ron, you should feel honored to be able to die under this divine artifact. Is that so? Faced with Guangming's divine power, the legendary divine power, Ron's lips curled into a bitter smile. A trace of despair surfaced in his heart. No one could go against the gods. No one. The only thing that could go against Guangming's divine power was the divine power of death. Ron once possessed the divine power of death. It came from the Soul Ring and was used twice. The first time was in the Holy Roman Empire's Asinaris, and the second time was in the Elven Forest. The Soul Ring could no longer provide him with the divine power of death. Without the divine power of death, going against Guangming's divine power was a joke. The situation was getting worse and worse. Lin, Kay, Corbett, Prats, and the others were all involved in the battle. The Holy See was not to be outdone. All the powerhouses of the Sacred Domain came out and fought against the powerhouses of the Sacred Domain in Undercity. At this moment, there was a loud boom. Even the earth shook. Under everyone's gaze, the gate in the center of Undercity slowly fell to the ground with a dull thud. The city is breached. The city is breached. The Holy See and the Holy Roman Empire's army had joined forces to break through the gate of Undercity. At this moment, they cheered. On the other hand, the people in Undercity were full of fear. They seemed to have foreseen the arrival of death. An honorary knight in white robes and white armor pulled out his sword and shouted, "Kill!" As he spoke, a halo suddenly spread out and enveloped the warriors of the Holy See within a few dozen meters, increasing their defense. Group healing. The priest put his hands together and kept praying. Countless lights lit up at the same time. The injuries of the Holy See soldiers who attacked the gate of Undercity were instantly healed. Chapter 582. Are you all right? Hill, the king of thieves and assassins of the Sacred Domain, helped Monty got up and asked with concern. Just a little injured, I'm fine. Monty shook his head and looked down at the heavily injured golden flying dragon. The golden flying dragon had taken the brunt of the attack and could no longer fight. Monty glanced at Hill and sighed. He's too strong. I'm not his match. The him Monty was referring to was Hurlin. They were of the same age, had the same profession, and had the same experience. Hurlin's strength was clearly superior to his. Facing such a failure, Monty felt a little dejected. Everyone will experience some failures in their life. It's nothing, it's good to be alive. Hill nodded and comforted. He then smiled. Actually, I'm not his match either. I was forced to retreat. Hill was at a disadvantage in terms of speed, strength, and defense. In the end, he was forced to retreat helplessly. Monty looked at the sky and saw Kay, who had transformed into a golden Beaumont, fighting Hurlin and Imina. He was fighting 1 against 2, but he was not at a disadvantage at all. The ferocity of the Beaumont was evident. Magical beasts are still the best. I can't even defeat Hurlin, but he can fight 1 against 2. Monty muttered. He's a Beaumont, the highest race among magical beasts. But the color of his fur seems a little strange, Hill said with a frown. But soon enough, the fallen Undercity attracted their attention. At this time, Undercity was completely engulfed in the flames of war. The army of the Holy See and the army of the Holy Roman Empire had joined forces to kill their way in. Countless Ebia soldiers and civilians, as well as black-robed necromancers, were lying in pools of blood. The entire Undercity was a hellish scene. Countless old, weak, women, and children were struggling in hell. Ron's Scourge Church is finished. The same thought flashed through Hill's and Montagat's minds at the same time. The Calamity Church's final headquarters had been breached. Even if Ron was still alive, it was impossible to rebuild the Calamity Church. No one was willing to risk offending the Holy See to learn weak necromancy magic. Although true necromancy magic was not weak, no one would believe it anymore. Are we still going to fight? Hill looked at the burning Undercity and couldn't help but think of retreating. The 3 of them were invited by Ron to help him. There was no need to sacrifice their lives for the Scourge Church. The 3 of them had already helped enough. Moreover, Gloom City had already been breached. There was no point for them to stay any longer. As Saint Realm experts, they could escape at any time if they wanted to. The Holy See's target was the Calamity Church. They had no interest in pursuing the 3 Saint Realm experts of the Roland Empire. Let's hold on a little longer. Monty was more determined than Hill, who wanted to retreat. He fumbled around in his space bag and took out a bottle of health potion. It was the bottle that Ron had given him. Monty took out a dirty novel. He opened the bottle cap of the HP potion and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Soon, half of the HP potion was gone. He then handed the remaining half of the bottle to Hill. Hill glanced at the potion and then at Monty's face. He nodded heavily. Okay, let's hold on a little longer. He took the half bottle of health potion and drank it all in one gulp. He threw the bottle away. Haha, it's really satisfying. After spitting out the HP potion, Hill and Monty felt heat rise from their stomachs and trickle through their bodies. Under the effects of this heat, their wounds healed rapidly. Hill said with some surprise, "Did Ron give you this potion? It's really good. It's almost the same as the ones sold in the dimensional store." Monty said, "It's a pity that there's only one bottle. Hill, it's been hard on you." The two had fought many battles and were riddled with wounds. The half bottle of health potion was far from being able to restore them to their peak state. However, it was enough for battle. The two looked at each other and shouted in unison, "Kill!" Juliana held her staff and personally led the Ebia army in front of the Ebia army to block the Sacred Legion that had invaded Undercity. Under the gaze of the king, the morale of the Ebia army was greatly boosted. They bravely charged forward and took the lead, charging towards the Sacred Legion. Unfortunately, the struggle was futile. The difference in strength between the two sides was obvious. The ordinary Ebia soldiers who were only at the novice level could not be compared to the master and master level of the Sacred Legion. Fire spirits wandering in space, accept my call and burn all the enemies in front of you. Juliana held her dark gold staff. As her voice grew louder, the gem on the staff became brighter. In an instant, Juliana's almond eyes opened wide. Great firewall. With a boom, a raging inferno seemed to emerge from the ground, burning fiercely. The monstrous flames trapped the Sacred Legion soldiers, leaving them with nowhere to run. They were roasted alive. So hot, so hot. Help! The Sacred Legion soldiers who were burned by the great firewall jumped and shouted. Although they were blessed with an anti-fire halo, they were still burned until they cried for their parents. At this time, some powerful Holy See experts had already discovered Juliana's existence. "There's a mage. She's over there. Kill her." The experts shouted one after another. The paladins braved the raging flames and rushed out of the encirclement, killing Juliana. Oof. Juliana coldly snorted. Her figure flashed, and with a swish, she disappeared. "Trying to run?" A master-level honorary knight shouted. "Where do you think you're going?" "Chains of light." He waved the scepter in his hand, and something like a chain of light flew out. "Ka ka ka!" Juliana was startled. She saw the chain of light wrap around her arm like a snake, and at the same time, spread to her body. Chains of light was a powerful skill that could entangle the opponent and pull them to the user's side. Knights could learn this skill. For knights with high defense, pulling the opponent to the user's side would allow them to better utilize their advantage in close combat. This was the only way for knights to deal with mages who were capable of long-range attacks. Not good. Juliana turned pale with fright. The fear of death instantly attacked her heart. "I recognize you. You're the queen of Abia's rebel army, Juliana." The honorary knight's eyes lit up, and he laughed wildly. "Haha, I caught a big fish. She's the queen of Abia. Haha. Come here." The honorary knight laughed sinisterly. He pulled his arm, and Juliana's delicate body involuntarily flew up and was pulled to the honorary knight's side. Juliana's beautiful face turned pale. She had been careless and had fallen into a trap. Now, even if she wanted to escape, it was too late. Go to hell. Looking at Juliana, who was trapped in the chains of light, the honorary knight laughed loudly. He raised the heavy scepter high, swung it in a circle, and then smashed it down ruthlessly. Without a doubt, Juliana's brain would burst open, and she would die on the spot. It's over. Juliana closed her eyes in despair. However, the heavy scepter did not fall for a long time. Juliana felt strange and opened her eyes slightly. She saw that the honorary knight's eyes were wide open, and there was a look of unwillingness on his face. A line of blood appeared on his neck, and it slowly expanded. Boom! The honorary knight in heavy armor fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Rainy, hurry up. The Holy Army is about to attack here. In a small room, Rainy and Becerra were busy. This was a small room in the underground of Dark City. Rainy had temporarily transformed it into a laboratory to make potions of life. Box after box of potions of life were made, and then they were taken outside by Becerra. I want to be fast, but this thing really can't be fast. Rainy's voice was laced with tears. How could she not know that the situation was critical? However, she needed time to make the potions of life. In the midst of war, there was a shortage of potions of life. Moreover, these potions of life were only supplied to professionals above the level of a master. Those below the level of a master had no way to use them at all. However, even so, the potions of life were still far from enough. The box of 12 bottles of potions of life that she had just made was quickly used up. There were people constantly asking if the potions of life were ready. Just then, a figure suddenly pushed open the door and stumbled in. Rainy and Becerra were shocked. They turned around and saw Vivian. Vivian's black necromancer robe was filled with fresh blood. They couldn't tell if it was hers or the enemy's. At that moment, her body was covered in wounds. She clutched her shoulder tightly as fresh blood trickled down. She couldn't care less about her injuries. Once she saw Rainy and Becerra, she yelled, "You guys, hurry and leave this place. The Holy Army is about to attack here." What? Rainy and Becerra were both shocked. They knew that Dark City had already fallen and the battle in the streets had already started. The situation outside was rather grim, but they didn't expect it to be so critical. This was the underground of Dark City, the most hidden place. The Holy Army actually attacked here. This. Rainy gritted her teeth. All right, wait for a while. I'll pack up and leave immediately. The small laboratory was filled with all kinds of materials that she had collected. There was also a large amount of unfinished healing potions. Many of them were only one step away from completion. It would be a pity to just throw them away. No, Vivian said resolutely. You guys leave immediately. Don't waste a second. Seeing that they still didn't understand, Vivian yelled, "Young Master said before that we can buy more materials if we don't have them. If you guys die, no one will be able to make the healing potions. That's why he asked me to bring you guys away in times of danger." At that moment, the sound of chaotic footsteps came from the end of the corridor. There were also the Holy Army's battle cries and the screams of Abia soldiers. "Let's go." Vivian's eyes flashed. She didn't wait for the two of them to agree. She directly went over and carried the two of them, flying away. "Sister, are you okay?" Hearing a familiar voice, Juliana opened her eyes and saw Catherine's figure slowly appear. "Catherine, why are you here? Where are the others? We were all separated. Now that the Holy Army has attacked Undercity, the city is in chaos. Ron and the others have already been defeated. The remaining few Sacred Domain experts are still struggling to hold on. It seems that we won't be able to hold on for much longer." Catherine wiped the blood from her face and hurriedly replied, "Has it already reached such a state?" Juliana only felt her body go soft and almost fell down. She stood there in a daze, a feeling of despair welling up in her heart. Could it be that our kingdom of Ebia is destined to perish? Juliana looked up at the sky and murmured. Scenes of the past flashed through her mind. Her father took her to escape from the king's city. The closest guard was killed. The dark days of escaping in Ebia province. The dark organization created by herself, establishing the Ebian rebels, obtaining the help of Ron to ascend to the throne of Ebia. Heavens, could it be that our Ebia is really going to perish? Juliana closed her eyes in despair, large teardrops rolling down her cheeks. It's over, everything, it's all over. Chapter 583. Ron knelt on the ground in a daze. His clothes were new and clean, and he didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. However, his face was pale and his body couldn't help but tremble. Ron stared blankly into the distance. There was no desire to fight in his colorless eyes. Although he was still alive, his heart was already dead. The battle outside was still going on. Delin, Corbett, Kay, Prats, Montego, Hill, and the others were struggling to hold on under the attacks of the Holy Sea's sacred domain experts. However, as the main leader, Ron had already lost the will to resist. Artifacts were supreme existences. They were the embodiment of the will of the gods. In front of the will of the gods, any resistance was futile. Ron looked into the distance and saw that the main city of the Scourge Church, Undercity, which he had single-handedly created, had already been set ablaze. The flames were monstrous, and thick smoke rolled into the air. The Sacred Legion joined forces with the army of the Holy Roman Empire to attack Undercity. They slaughtered wantonly, and blood dyed the city walls red. Countless Abia and necromancers fell in pools of blood. There were people running and screaming, but they were mercilessly killed by the Sacred Legion soldiers. Was it over? Ron kept asking himself. He saw a row of necromancers in black robes standing in a row, spreading their arms and shouting, "As long as the undead are alive, the natural disasters will not be extinguished." Until they were cut down in pools of blood by the Sacred Legion soldiers, Ron's heart suddenly trembled. Yes, it was all over. The Scourge Church was finished, completely finished. The scene in front of him was exactly the same as the Scourge Church's destruction 100,000 years ago. History was always surprisingly similar. In the Noah continent, the Scourge Church, which had only been rebuilt for a few months, was once again destroyed. Everything in front of him was a predestined ending. Ron, there's no hope for you anymore. Surrender. On the chaotic battlefield, Pope Ernst of the Holy See held the Book of Divine Prophecy and floated in the air, his body exuding a holy light as he slowly spoke. Ron's mind was completely blank, and his expression was sluggish, as if he had been struck dumb. He numbly raised his head, and it seemed like he was looking at Ernst, but it also seemed like he wasn't. He muttered repeatedly, "Ron, you no longer have any hope. Surrender." Ron's brainless words caused Ernst to stare blankly for a moment. When he saw the expression on Ron's face, he understood and was delighted. This guy's confidence has been completely destroyed. It's no wonder. In front of the will of the gods, the power of mortals is so insignificant. After understanding all of this, Ernst smiled faintly. With a thought, a ray of light spread out. The light of faith. The light of faith could affect a person's mind, like a soul attack. It would unknowingly erode the opponent's soul, thus burying the seed of faith in the Holy See. This light of faith was originally one of the Holy See's methods of preaching, and it was very powerful. Ernst looked down at Ron condescendingly and said, "Ron, do you know your crime?" Ron's mind was completely under Ernst's control. He muttered, I'm guilty? Yes, I judge you in the name of the gods. Ernst said righteously. He held the Book of Prophecies, and his body slowly rose up. He activated a trace of Guangming's divine power, and his body became brighter and brighter, like the sun shining on the earth. Ron, you practice depraved necromancy. You are guilty of establishing the evil Scourge Church. You are guilty of colluding with the rebels of Abia to establish a kingdom. You are guilty of gathering forces to resist the Holy See, violating the Holy Code. Every crime is punishable by death. Ron, you have committed all kinds of evil and crimes, unforgivable. In an instant, Ernst's back moved, and four bright and clean wings spread out, gently flapping. Thousands of rays of light burst out, and holy energy filled the entire sky. It was as if a god had descended to the mortal world, causing people to be unable to open their eyes. At this moment, he was a god. This power. Ernst's power shocked everyone. It contained traces of Guangming's divine power and the will of the gods. It was so powerful that it far surpassed everyone else. The powerhouses of the Holy See smiled. They had already secured victory in this holy war. The Book of Prophecies. Guangming judged, nor did the Holy See reveal greed in his eyes. The Book of Prophecies was the highest symbol of the Holy See. It contained the will of the gods and had supreme authority. Unfortunately, he was not the Pope. Not good, Ron. Delin was now covered in blood and looked to be seriously injured. When she saw Ron, she was shocked. She ignored the two sacred domain powerhouses and immediately rushed towards Ron. Want to escape? No way. Helen and Higman were entangled with Delin. When they saw her, they immediately chased after her. The flames on the fiery wyvern's body suddenly erupted, and Higman's crossbow was also fully charged. Big Brother Ron. Kay roared and threw a flurry of punches, forcing everyone back. Her eyes were bloodshot and golden light erupted once more. At this time, Ernst had already risen into the air. He smiled and pointed a finger at the sky, forming a curtain of light. Countless rays of light sprinkled down like rain. He held the book of prophecies in his hand and flipped the pages continuously. Ron, I now declare, you, guilty. Ernst's finger suddenly pressed down. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped and space seemed to have stopped. Heaven and earth were silent. God's retribution sword. In the void, a huge projection of a god appeared. This god's face was very similar to Ernst's. He held a holy sword and raised it high, bringing with it a powerful god's will. At this moment, the god's retribution sword was full of the god's will, the god's wrath, and the god's judgment. All of its power blasted towards the sinner in front of him, Ron. Ron stood there in a daze. Facing this terrifying god's retribution sword, he did not even have the will to dodge. Ron. Everyone who cared about Ron couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten. Kadina's tears flowed out of her eyes as she tightly covered her mouth. Just when everyone was in despair, suddenly, a loud sound like muffled thunder came from the distance. Then, an astonishing and strange power swept over like a gale, causing the whole battlefield to dim. The wind that was filled with a rotten smell intertwined and swept up everything in front of them. The powerful power filled the whole space. This power was like a black cloud. The sun in the sky seemed to be frightened by this terrifying power and quietly hid in the clouds. In an instant, night fell. Ernst, who was emitting a divine light, also seemed to be overshadowed by this dark power. Ernst was stupefied, and this sudden surge of power terrified him as well. What the hell is going on? It seems like something is rapidly approaching. This is everyone on both sides of the battlefield was stunned. They also stopped fighting and stared blankly into the distance. This force was too strong, so strong that it was unimaginable. They heard a strange rustling sound coming from the distance, as if a large group of ants were advancing. Ron instantly woke up when he was stimulated by the rancid smell in the air. His eyes suddenly widened because he felt a familiar power. It was the power of the soul that he had not felt for a long time. This power of the soul was even stronger than his. Ron stood up in a daze and stared into the distance. At this time, a ghoul jumped out from behind a rock. It had a huge mouth and disgusting saliva dripped from it. Its huge teeth clenched together, and it stood up like a human, shaking its claws that were as sharp as swords. 1, 2, 3, the undead creatures flashed out one by one, covering the mountains and plains. The terrifying number of them shocked everyone. The first row was a frightening and disgusting ghoul. Its ferocious appearance could make anyone have nightmares for 10 days and 10 nights. Behind it were pornographic novels. Next were some huge spiders that looked like crypt demon kings. It had 6 long legs and crawled slowly like a spider, letting out a chilling howl. Then, there were countless skeletons and walking corpses. The fourth row, the fifth row, the sudden appearance of the undead creatures stunned everyone. Their number was shocking. So many undead creatures. In the Holy See, Guangming Judge Nord's body was constantly trembling. Damn it, isn't Undercity about to be breached? Isn't the Scourged Church about to be destroyed again? Where did these undead creatures come from? Imena snorted coldly. The scepter in her hand slowly lowered, and her eyes flashed. Who cares where they came from? Kill them all. Don't be fooled by their numbers. As long as I blast them with a holy spell, most of these trash will disappear. Nord's face darkened. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Juliana and Catherine also saw the abnormality in the distance. They also saw the undead creatures that were like mountains and seas. Juliana's mouth formed an O shape, and her eyes revealed a look of disbelief. She said in surprise, "They're all undead creatures. Are they here to help us? Or are they here to help Ron? Juliana said in astonishment. Does Ron still have hidden strength and means? I don't know. Catherine hesitated. I don't think so. If Ron had such a powerful force, I'm afraid he would have used it long ago. Juliana nodded. Indeed, the number and strength of the undead army in front of them were terrifying. If Ron had such an undead army in his hands, why would he be afraid of the Holy See? Why would he watch Undercity be breached without doing anything? Undead creatures. They're all undead creatures. Ron's body trembled due to excitement. Seeing these familiar undead creatures, he only felt a strong sense of familiarity, like a child who had left home and seen his mother again. However, even Ron had a big question mark in his heart. That is, where did so many undead creatures come from? At this time, there was a commotion in the distance. In the midst of the countless undead creatures, a figure suddenly appeared. This figure was a knight. He wore heavy skeletal armor and rode on a gigantic skeletal horse. His body was even larger than the Terror Knight's, and the four hooves of the skeletal horse were surrounded by green flames. He quietly stood on top of a rock, looking majestic. The knight slowly took off his hood, revealing a greenish-white face. His hair was as white as snow, and his face was delicate and pretty. However, his greenish-white skin had a hint of a demonic aura. The knight's eyes swept over the few powerhouses of the Holy See, and the corners of his mouth revealed a mocking smile. He didn't feel any vitality from this knight. He was a corpse. The Death Knight, the most powerful profession in close combat among the undead, actually appeared here, on the battlefield where the Holy See and the Scourge Church were fighting. The Death Knight, in front of them, had the strength of the peak of the sacred domain. His appearance made everyone feel suffocated, and an almost infinite death aura blew a storm on the battlefield. The Death Knight smiled coldly and raised a long sword in his hand high. A black flag suddenly rose from a large rock in the distance. The flag spread out with a swish, revealing a scarlet, ferocious skull. Endless evil passed through heaven and earth, and a terrifying power swept through the world. Bloody Skull Flag. Ron was stunned. He was not unfamiliar with this flag. 100,000 years ago, the Scourge army had fought in all directions. This blood-colored skull flag had become the nightmare of all living beings in the Ohm continent. The bloody skull flag of the Scourge army fluttered in the wind, floating on the land of the Noah continent, carrying 100,000 years of resentment, anger, and unwillingness. It was like a demon returning from hell, bringing fear, death, and destruction to the world. Chapter 584. So many undead creatures. Where did they come from? What the hell, this number? How are we supposed to survive? The soldiers of the Holy See and the Holy Roman Empire also had expressions of intense fear and anger. The densely packed undead creatures brought fear to them, especially the Death Knight, surrounded by a large number of undead creatures. With a single glance, it was obvious that he was a powerhouse from the sacred domain. At this moment, a wild roar came from the silent sky. In the distant void, a huge shadow quickly flew over. Abyssal skeletal dragon. All the Ebia people and necromancers were dumbfounded. They recognized this terrifying undead creature in front of them. Wasn't this the abyssal skeletal dragon summoned by the kingdom of Ebia's guardian? How did it appear here? Ron's eyes were filled with pleasant surprise when he saw this abyssal skeletal dragon. This was because he recognized a trace of familiar energy from this powerful abyssal skeletal dragon. Grandpa Homelin. An old figure appeared on the back of the abyssal skeletal dragon. It was none other than Ron's mentor, the soul that had always been hidden in the soul ring. 100,000 years ago, the sacred necromancer Homelin of the Scourge Church's undead temple. However, the current Homelin wasn't a soul body. The plane manager of the Noah continent, Noah, had refined a new body for him. The current him was a sacred necromancer with a real body that had been resurrected. He was a powerhouse from the sacred domain. The happiest person was Ron that Homelin's grandfather had been resurrected. The appearance of Homelin had swept away all the haze in his heart. Hee, looks like I made it just in time. Homelin's eyes were sharp. He saw Ron lying on the ground and faintly smiled as he spoke to the black-robed man beside him. The black-robed man stood beside Hamelin. His entire body was wrapped in a black robe, making it impossible for others to see his face. The black-robed man faintly smiled. His laughter was as sharp as a knife, and his terrifying face was slightly distorted. This kid is not bad. He actually reached the sacred domain. The appearance of the abyssal skeletal dragon caused the undead army to cheer. Even the strongest death knights from the sacred domain pressed their hands to their chests and slightly bowed. The powerful abyssal skeletal dragon and the terrifying necromancers were born leaders of these undead creatures. Grandpa Hamelin, Lord Goose Sea. The abyssal bone dragon slowly landed on the ground, and Ron excitedly went up to greet it. Through the prying of his soul, he recognized the black-robed man beside Homaline's grandfather. He was the corpse wizard King Goose Sea, the owner of the evil temple of hatred in the other plane. Long time, Ron. Merlin's body slowly rose up and dismounted from the abyssal skeletal dragon's back. He smiled and greeted Ron. He calmly looked at Ron with a satisfied expression and nodded slightly. Before I came here, I heard that you had established the Calamity Church. Up until now, everything you have done has made me very satisfied. Pornographic novel. Hamelin paused, and his face instantly became serious. But just now, you disappointed me. Didn't I teach you before? Even if you die, don't give up the right to resist. The moment you lose your will to fight, you've already lost. Ron knew that Grandpa Hamelin was talking about how he was defeated by the Book of Divine Prophecy and even lost his will to fight. He blushed and lowered his head, saying softly, "I'm sorry, Grandpa Hamelin. I was wrong." Seeing Ron admit his mistake, Hamelin's expression softened. He nodded calmly. "With your strength, it's not easy to do this." "Grandpa Hamelin, why are you here?" Ron asked. "After I was resurrected, I learned about the holy war started by the Holy See. I know how powerful the Holy Army is, so I went to the other dimension and found Lord Goose Sea," Hamelin said with a smile. "Huh," Goose Sea said with a smile. "Ron, didn't I tell you that you can find me in Amroth as long as you reach the level of a Grand Magus Necromancer? How could you forget?" Ron thought about it. The corpse wizard King Goose Sea did say that, but he forgot about it because he had many things to do after establishing the Scourge Church. Ron smiled embarrassedly. Hamelin's gaze swept across the sky, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the 10 sacred domain powerhouses of the Holy See. He smiled, and his figure slowly turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared. In the next moment, Hamelin appeared in front of Pope and Ernst. "It's you." Ernst was shocked because he recognized the person in front of him. He had met this person once before. It was the powerful soul in Ron's body. But now, he was no longer a soul, but a real person. Hamelin's expression was still calm, but at this moment his eyes shone with a cold light. "From today onwards, I want the Holy See to disappear from the Noah continent." Hamelin smiled, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Leave no trace behind. Are you trying to scare me?" Pope and Ernst's eyelids lifted slightly. "Your Scourge Church doesn't have such power. Even if you did, the consequences are not something you can bear." Hamelin smiled, but he didn't reply. Instead, he used his actions as the best answer. An undead bone staff of unknown dark gold level was taken out, and a green ball of light appeared in Hamelin's palm, pulsating continuously. The green ball of light flew out of his hand like a mischievous child, spinning once before violently attacking Ernst. "Very good." Ernst's face was expressionless. His eyes turned white, and the pages of the Book of Prophecy in his hand kept flipping, making a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sound. God Guangming created everything. He created the earth, the sky, and the sea. In order to make this world no longer lonely, he also created magical beasts and humans. Everything in this world was created by God Guangming, Ernst slowly chanted, and the golden light on his body suddenly expanded. The green ball of air collided with the golden light, turning into a black smoke and being swallowed up. "Ridiculous," Hamelin rebuked. "What ability did God Guangming have to create the continent? Human who questions God, you will be cast into the depths of hell." Ernst's power increased again, and the book of prophecy became even brighter. The collision between the two caused a huge change. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the dark sky, and the elements that filled the air became unstable. This was the first time the strongest of the Holy See and the strongest of the Scourge Church had clashed. Just one clash was earth-shattering. Divine weapon? Ha! Ernst, with your strength, you can't possibly unleash the power of a divine weapon. You've wasted such a good one. After exchanging dozens of blows, Hummelin slowly adapted to Ernst's attacks and laughed loudly. If you didn't have this divine weapon, you wouldn't be a match for me. Ernst did not reply to Hummelin's provocation. His face was solemn, and the pages of the book of prophecy in his hand became even more urgent. Let's go help Lord Pope. Emena saw that Ernst's situation was not good, and immediately said, "All right, let's kill these heretics." This suggestion was immediately echoed by several Holy See Temple lords. Guangming Judge Nord, Guangming Judge Ivan, and Sacred Knights Commander Boulder all stood up. Emena immediately cast Holy Healing, and the few Sacred Domain experts were immediately healed as if they were not injured at all. Emena then began to cast various blessings and buffs on them, and Sacred Knights Commander Boulder immediately activated his Halo skill. The few of them cooperated well, and everything was done in an instant. They all looked at each other at the same time. Kill! Several figures dashed towards Merlin at high speed. At this time, D. Lin and Kay both retreated to Ron's side and asked with concern, "Ron, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Ron smiled slightly. At this time, he took the initiative to reach out and pinch D. Lin's small hand. "Sorry, I made you worry." "Who was worried about you?" D. Lin's small hand was pinched by Ron, and she was a little embarrassed as she replied with a red face. Ron took a deep breath and quietly looked at the sky. At this time, several Sacred Domain experts of the Holy See in the sky joined forces with Pope and Ernst to attack Hummelin. Hummelin let the Abyss skeletal dragon participate in the battle. It had to be said that Hummelin's strength was much stronger than Ron's, and he was not inferior in the slightest. "Let's go help Grandpa Hummelin." Ron's eyes were filled with strong confidence. "It's time for us to counterattack." "Yes," D. Lin and Kay replied loudly. Roar! As another Abyss skeletal dragon rushed into the sky, it was finally the beginning of the Scourge Church's counterattack. At this time, the Death Knight waved the long sword in his hand slightly, and the Scourge army moved. Countless undead creatures roared and charged like soldiers. They swarmed and howled, crazily rushing out of the dark city. The corpse wizard King Goose C's eyes shone with excitement. Hee, it's been a long time since I fought. A peaceful life is not suitable for me. The corpse wizard King Goose C held a strange bone staff in his hand, and a sinister smile appeared on his ugly face. He waved the bone staff, and a light green energy surrounded his body. Resurrect the corpses. Something strange happened. The corpses on the ground started to squirm. Hee. Countless corpses seemed to have heard an order, and they struggled to get up from the ground. The corpses that had just died were still covered in blood, and their incomplete bodies were supported by only one leg. They stood up shakily. What the hell is this? The soldiers of the Holy See were stunned. They had never seen such a horrifying scene. Among the corpses that were crawling up, there were their comrades who had already sacrificed themselves. Apart from the soldiers of the Holy Empire and the Holy Church, even the people of Undercity were shocked by the scene in front of them. Not only were the corpses controlled by the undead, but even the corpses of the soldiers of Undercity had also joined the undead army. Chapter 585. Be careful, those corpses are coming. Disgusting. Undead wizards are indeed evil creatures. Ghouls, crypt demon kings, skeletons, walking corpses, and other undead creatures swarmed over. The eyes of the Holy See soldiers were filled with fear. The number of these undead creatures was too terrifying. The scariest thing was that the walking corpses were carrying the plague virus. Although the plague virus did not cause much damage, it had a huge impact on the soldiers' morale. The ghouls, which were taller than a human, were extremely fast. Their sharp claws and gaping mouths were terrifying. They attacked like a pack of wolves. As long as one was targeted by the ghouls, a piece of flesh would be torn off. The attacks of the Crypt Demon Kings were very strange. They released something like soul energy. Those who were lightly injured would have their souls injured, while those who were heavily injured would die. The corpses of the dead soldiers would become food for the ghouls. The ghouls that devoured the corpses would become more ferocious and violent, and their injured bodies would gradually recover. Ha ha! The smell of corpses makes me excited. I haven't smelled fresh corpses in a long time. The corpse wizard King Goosey laughed heartily. Those who did not know him would think that he was a pervert who liked corpses. But this was normal. Every corpse wizard king loved corpses. Go, corpse explosion. Explode. Explode. Goosey laughed sinisterly, as if he was dancing. He raised the bone staff in his hand and waved it continuously. A strange power spread out. Swoosh! As if they had suddenly received an order, the eyes of all the corpses turned red in an instant. Roar! The corpses seemed to have lost their minds. They ignored the long swords coming at them and pounced on the Holy Sea soldiers closest to them, hugging them tightly. Not good. A Holy Sea soldier who was being hugged by a corpse instinctively felt danger. He wanted to break free, but it was too late. The red light on the corpse's body intensified, and his whole body swelled up like a balloon. Bang! The corpse exploded like a bomb. The power of the corpse's explosion was shocking, and the area within a radius of 10 meters was affected. The corpses were crushed together with the living people. Blood splattered everywhere. Intestines, organs, and other things were smashed all over the ground. It was extremely disgusting. Some Holy Sea soldiers began to vomit. So did the soldiers of the Undercity. Even though they knew that the undead army was here to help them, they could not help but feel disgusted at the scene. Huff, huff, the corpses seemed to have gone mad. One by one, they pounced on the soldiers of the Holy Sea and immediately exploded. They used the method of mutual destruction to inflict heavy damage to the Holy Sea army. The Holy Sea army suffered heavy casualties. Necromancers were one of the most mysterious and terrifying classes in the Scourge Church. Necromancers didn't have much combat power, but their most powerful skill was corpse manipulation, using corpses to fight. The corpse wizard King Goosey's power was more than enough to exterminate the sacred army, and just the exploding corpses alone was enough to strike fear in people's hearts. The Death Knight coldly stood in the middle of a large number of undead creatures. His tall figure was abnormally lofty, just like the king of the undead. A faint smile appeared on his pale face as he raised the sacred tool in his hand that was emitting an evil light. Evil halo! A red light was emitted from the Death Knight's body, and like an umbrella, it enveloped the surrounding undead creatures. Some mysterious runes appeared on the undead creatures' bodies, and with the support of these runes, the injuries of the undead creatures could be seen recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The evil halo was the exclusive skill of the Death Knight. Companions enveloped by the halo would slowly recover from their injuries, and at the same time increase their movement and attack speed. The evil halo was powerful, far surpassing the Holy Sea's divine blessing. In addition to using the halo, the powerful Death Knight also launched a charge. The huge iron hooves of the bone horse stomped on the ground, and even the earth trembled slightly. With the support of the halo skill, the heavily armored Death Knight charged into the Gloom City like the wind, quickly opening up a path of blood. He was invincible, and none of the strong men of the Holy Sea were a match for him. It's Lord Goose Sea and the others. Shea opened her mouth in surprise and said to Kadena beside her. She had once been lost in the city of zombies in another dimension until she met Ron. Through Ron's friendship with the Scourge Church, she was able to escape. We're definitely going to win. Kadena's face was full of excitement. At this moment, she looked like she had just been fished out of a pile of coal. Her face was covered in ashes and blood, and she did not look like a beautiful woman at all. Retreat. Retreat. The generals of the Holy Sea were full of anxiety. They retreated, intending to block the attack of the undead army led by the Death Knight. Unfortunately, it was futile. Without much effort, the Scourge army had already killed their way into the Gloom City. 100,000 years ago, in the Omro continent, the strength of the Scourge army far exceeded everyone's imagination. The strength that the Holy See had accumulated over 100,000 years in the Noah continent was not even worth mentioning in front of the Scourge Church from the Amro continent. Under the leadership of the Death Knight, the Scourge army quickly defeated the resistance of the Holy See. The soldiers of the Holy See fled in all directions and fell into pools of blood. Strong. They were too strong. Juliana was stunned. She had thought that she had fallen into despair, but she once again saw a glimmer of hope. The light in her eyes gradually brightened. She suddenly raised the magic staff in her hand and shouted, "My dear people, it's time to counterattack. Raise your weapons, raise your shields, and chase the invaders of the Holy Roman Empire out of here." Under the command of Her Majesty Juliana, the morale of the Abia people was greatly boosted. They rushed out of the houses, dark alleys, and the city walls. They raised the weapons they had picked up and wore simple armor. They launched a counterattack against the Holy See. With the pressure from both sides, the Holy See and the Holy Roman Empire were defeated. The Griffin army, which was known as the elite of the empire, was entangled by the flying gargoyles. They could not get away, and the ground troops could not be effectively delayed. The situation began to reverse, and the scales of victory began to tilt towards the Scourge Church. The Gloom City, which had fallen into despair, welcomed spring. The arrival of the Scourge army changed everything. Especially with the addition of Homelin, Goose, and the nameless Death Knight, the strength of the Scourge army increased by several times. The number of Sacred Domain experts reached 10, which was equal to the number of Sacred Domain experts of the Holy See. In terms of strength, the Scourge army even had the upper hand. Boom! 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 Compared to the battle on the ground, the battle between the Sacred Domain experts in the sky was equally fierce. Ron and Homelin faced the attacks of more than 4 Sacred Domain experts of the Holy See together, but their expressions did not change. Compared to the experienced Homelin, Ron's battle was slightly inexperienced. The Holy See's attacks were more focused on him. Homelin's eyes were sharp and experienced. He saw through the Holy See's intention at a glance. He smiled coldly, and soul energy spread throughout his body. The black fog on his body flickered, and he took the initiative to bear the majority of the attacks. Weaken, dark spirit vision, death coil, dispel, holy light, I shield. The two sides fought back and forth, and countless skills and spells danced in the air. Light flashed, and powerful energy surged like a gust of wind, constantly spreading in all directions. Damn it! These two guys are so hard to deal with when they work together. Facing 2 necromancers of the same level, Imena also felt a headache. The master-disciple pair worked well together, and with the help of the 2 bone dragons, they were able to hold back the 4 necromancers, so that they could not be distracted to deal with the others. Huff! Huff! Guangming Judge Nord was panting heavily. He was the strongest among them, and Homelin's main focus. At this moment, he was already covered in wounds, and his armor was damaged in many places, revealing the strong muscles underneath. The wounds he had just received were constantly bleeding. "Imena, I'm injured. Heal me quickly," Nord said loudly. "I'm injured too," Ivan said loudly. Pigment did not speak. The blood on his arm was enough to explain everything. His bright red wound faintly emitted a strange green color. It was obvious that he was infected with the plague. Fortunately, the bodies of the Sacred Domain experts were strong enough to withstand it. Okay, Imena did not dare to delay. She slightly raised the scepter in her hand and chanted in a low voice. A holy light shone, and in the blink of an eye, Nord's injured body was as good as new. It was the same for Ivan and Higman. After Imena healed their injuries, she also dispelled the negative status effects on them. At the same time, she blessed them with all kinds of blessings, allowing their strength to return to their peak state. After his injuries were healed, Nord's strength also rapidly recovered. He waved the long sword in his hand and laughed. "Well done, Yamina. Let's send these 2 evil fellows back to hell together." "You two die." Nord laughed sinisterly. Holding the long sword in his hand, he madly rushed forward, his attacks even fiercer. "Damn it, his injuries are healed again," Ron said. He glared at Imena with a hateful gaze. His eyes looked as if they were about to burst out with blood. If he had to say who he hated the most right now, it would undoubtedly be this priest who could heal injuries. She had already healed the injuries of the sacred domain experts more than once, foiling his plans and causing the results he and Homelin worked so hard to achieve to go down the drain. Grandpa Homelin, if this continues, will be in a very bad situation. At this moment, Ron had already retreated to Grandpa Homelin's side. His face was full of worry. A battle was not without a price. They had painstakingly inflicted heavy injuries on their opponents, only to have them be healed by a restore spell. On the other hand, their injuries couldn't be healed at all. In this situation, the side with a priest naturally had an advantage. Is that so? Homelin smiled disapprovingly. At this moment, he suddenly said, "Ron, do you still remember death and decay?" Death and decay? Ron was stunned for a moment. He immediately understood and nodded his head. Chapter 586. How is this possible? How is this possible? Where did these undead creatures come from? How can they have such powerful combat power? Pope Ernst stared closely at the densely packed undead creatures on the ground, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. His face was filled with an expression of intense disbelief. The appearance of these undead creatures had completely disrupted his plans. The battle was now completely one-sided. Faced with such a powerful undead army, he was at a loss for what to do. Could it be that they came from the undead army of the main plane? Ernst suddenly had such a thought in his heart. He took a deep breath, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face. If the undead army of the main plane came, not to mention the Holy See, even the power of the entire Noah continent would not be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Ernst sighed. No matter what, the current situation was not good for the Holy See, and it was time to consider the matter of retreat. Thinking of retreat, Ernst was extremely unwilling. A good holy war ended in failure. Originally, he thought that only the Holy Legion was needed to destroy the Scourge Church, but then the elites of the Holy Roman Empire were transferred, and even all the strong men of the Holy See came out in full force. When he defeated Ron and thought that victory was in his hands, this undead army from nowhere disrupted his plan again. Whoosh! With a sound, a person's head was cut off and flew into the air. Blood splashed from the neck as high as a person, and the headless corpse fell heavily, symbolizing the end of life. The long sword in the Death Knight's hand was stained with blood. He smiled slightly, picked up the long sword, and gently scraped the edge of the shield in his left hand. Drops of blood slowly flowed along the edge of the shield and dripped to the ground, forming a small puddle. 325 people. In just a short time, the Death Knight killed more than 300 enemies, and this did not include the scourge he led. Under the sacred domain, no one was his opponent. Raging flames burned in Undercity, forming a world of blood and fire. Suddenly, the smile on the Death Knight's face disappeared. A burning house suddenly collapsed, and a figure that wasn't very tall slowly walked out of the fire. Tap, tap, tap. With every step the silhouette took, the power of the halo spread out like ripples. He walked out of the flames, but did not touch the slightest spark. The head of the Holy Knights, Boulder, stared at the Death Knight in front of him with a dignified expression under his helmet. Is this a necromancy knight? Interesting. I thought the necromancy major only had necromancers. Boulder raised his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "Although I don't know where you came from, an undead creature like you is only fit to live in a dark corner. Go back. The Noah continent is not a place you should come to." Boulder's eyes burned with a strong fighting spirit. He raised his heavy scepter, which emitted a cold light. "Me? The Holy Knight Boulder challenges you." The Death Knight did not answer. He smiled coldly and pointed the sword at his hand forward. A fierce killing intent firmly locked onto the other party. There was no need for any more words. Their actions had already explained everything. He had accepted the challenge. Kill. Boulder's eyes were filled with killing intent. His body turned into a phantom as he pounced toward the Death Knight. Charge! Charge! Boom! The Holy Knight's charge skill and the Death Knight's charge fiercely collided. A fierce light burst out, and a powerful airflow spread in all directions. Then, both sides waved their scepters and swords, and a series of attacks followed. Holy Impact, Blood Strike, Soul Warhammer, Frozen Blade, boom, boom, boom. The battle between the Holy Knight and the Death Knight shook the world. In an instant, dozens of moves were exchanged. A powerful force spread rapidly with the two as the center. The surrounding ground cracked like a spider web, and the cracks grew bigger and bigger. The Holy Knight and the Death Knight were life and death enemies in the Amros continent 100,000 years ago. Perhaps they were born to dislike each other, so Boulder directly came to fight the Death Knight. The ranks of the Death Knight could be divided into Apprentice Death Knight, Master Shadow Knight, Master Spectre Knight, Sacred Domain Spectre Knight, and Divine Domain Spectre Knight. The Death Knight in front of Boulder had reached the peak of the Spectre Knight, and his strength was terrifying. Boom! In the end, the two of them separated from each other after a fierce battle. Huff! Huff! Boulder gasped for breath. His defense was extremely strong thanks to the Holy Aura skill. Even so, Boulder still suffered a lot of injuries. At this moment, he was riddled with wounds. His armor was damaged in many places, and blood was flowing out from the wounds. The Death Knight was not much better off. He was also riddled with wounds. The armor on his right shoulder was shattered, and the bones were broken by Boulder. In terms of defense, the Death Knight's defense was much lower than the Paladin Boulder's. However, his attack power was far superior to his opponent's. Coupled with his powerful recovery ability, many small wounds did not need to be healed at all. Boulder smiled coldly. The small wounds on his body were nothing in his eyes. In theory, a Holy Knight with powerful defense, resistance, and self-healing was basically immortal. This characteristic of the Holy Knight class could even exhaust an opponent much stronger than himself to death. Holy self-healing. Boulder raised his scepter, and a ray of light spread out from his body. In just an instant, his body was as good as new. Other than his damaged armor, there was not a single wound on him. Come, damned undead. I will let you have a taste of terror, if you can feel fear. Boulder's spirit was greatly shaken. He waved his scepter and said, I will make you regret being born into this world. The Death Knight did not speak. He casually waved his sword, which emitted a demonic light. At this time, the Crypt Demon King not far from him screamed and fell to the ground. A cyan mass of air was suddenly drawn out from its body and entered the Death Knight's body. The Death Knight's face revealed a joyful expression. The muscles on his body twitched, and soon, he was as good as new. What? Boulder's eyes almost fell out. This guy actually had a self-healing method? Death Contract, the Death Knight's exclusive skill. It could sacrifice an undead creature to heal his injuries and restore his strength to its peak state. This is a bit troublesome. Boulder clenched his teeth. Facing this powerful Death Knight, he also felt that it was very troublesome. At this time, the Death Knight moved again. With a slight wave of his sword, the black earth trembled. Immediately after, several dozen ghouls scrambled to crawl out from the ground and roared at Boulder. The Sacred Domain experts were in full swing. With Homelin's reminder, Ron quickly understood. Death Decay. Ron's eyes turned green. He waved the Dragonbone staff in his hand, and a powerful soul force burst out. At the same time, Homelin also used Death Decay. The two death decals were activated at the same time. The power covered the sky and the earth. Under the powerful corrosive power, the flowers and trees on the ground rapidly withered. Amina, Nord, Ivan, and Higman all cried out in alarm. The target of the two Grand Magi Necromancer's death and decay was none other than Holy Priest Imina. In a battle against the Holy Sea, the most important thing was to deal with the Holy Priest who could heal, fight, and buff others. Her existence was too great of a threat to them. That was why Homelin attacked together with Ron. As long as the Holy Priest died, the rest of them would be nothing to worry about. Ron understood the meaning behind Homelin's grandfather's words. He activated Death Decay at the same time, its power shocking the heavens and earth. What? Yamina stared blankly for a moment. Soon after, her expression became extremely frightened as she lost her head out of fear. The power of the two overlapping death decals was too terrifying. Not only the ground, Even the surrounding space was corroded to the point of rupturing. Sacred Shield. Yemina had nowhere to run. She could only activate Sacred Shield to protect her body. The Sacred Shield emitted a faint radiance as several faintly discernible shields appeared around her. At this moment, the powerful death decay erupted and completely engulfed her in the blink of an eye. Yemina. Higman wanted to rush over to save her, but he had only taken 2 steps when he felt a sharp pain in his palm. He looked down and saw a trace of black flames permeating his palm. At the same time, it rapidly spread upwards. His gloves were being corroded by the powerful energy of death. A piercing pain transmitted from his fingers. The space where the 2 death decals overlapped had already become a forbidden zone for life. Not good, Higman cried out in alarm. He hurriedly retreated while circulating all the strength in his body to resist the terrifying corrosive power. Higman's heart trembled. What a terrifying corrosive power. Yemina, the black curtain of light gradually dissipated, revealing the scene inside. Several powerhouses from the sacred domain of the Holy See nervously stared at the area where the death decay had attacked. They were hoping for a miracle. Clang! A shield fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The shield had already been corroded to the point where it was emitting white smoke and hissing sounds. This was the shield of Holy Priest Yemina. At this moment, she was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Yemina?" Ivan asked in a trembling voice. His heart sank. "She's dead." Nord's face was filled with horror. His hand holding his sword was trembling. His body was also trembling. Just a moment ago, the sacred domain powerhouse of the Holy See, Holy Priest Yemina, was right before their eyes. She was corroded alive without a trace, leaving behind only a shattered shield. Was this the power of a necromancer? It was too terrifying. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Ron stopped casting. Looking at the bottomless pit created by the 2 death decals, he asked in disbelief, "Grandpa Hamelin, she's dead?" "Of course." Hamelin faintly smiled. "I don't believe there's anyone who can withstand 2 death decals without dying. Moreover, her aura has also disappeared. She's finally dead." Ron looked at the shining shield on the ground and sighed slightly. His expression was complicated. Holy Priest Yemina. Ron had interacted with this woman several times. He had always believed her to be a stubborn person who adhered to the so-called justice in her heart. Because of this, she had chased him all over the world to kill him. Today, she had died a worthy death. Chapter 587. Madame Yemina. All the experts and soldiers of the Holy See were dumbstruck. Yemina of the Temple of Atonement was dead? How is this possible? Wasn't she the most powerful combat priest? Yemina. Pope and Ernst were horrified. They couldn't accept the fact that Yemina had died without any warning. In just an instant, the Holy See had lost a sacred domain expert. Ernst stared at Ron and Hamelin with bloodshot eyes. If looks could kill, Ron and Hamelin would have died 1,000 times over. "Ron, I'll never let you off," Ernst roared. He was so angry that blood was about to drip from his face. At this time, Ernst's gaze casually swept over and fell on Boulder, who was fighting the Death Knight in Undercity. Through the corner of his eye, he was shocked. "Boulder!" But Ernst's shout was too late. Boulder's eyes were wide open, unable to believe what had just happened. The Death Knight's long sword had pierced through Boulder's armor, stabbing deep into his chest. The Death Knight coldly snorted and pulled out the sword. Blood splattered everywhere. Boulder staggered back several steps. At this moment, there was a large hole in his chest. Blood spurted out like a fountain. With such an injury, Boulder would undoubtedly die if he wasn't treated. Thus, Boulder didn't dare to be negligent. He raised his scepter and activated divine self-healing. A dazzling holy light spread out and enveloped Boulder. Under the illumination of the light, the wound on Boulder's chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the injury caused by the Death Knight was too great. He wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. At this time, the Death Knight moved. He was even faster. The holy weapon in his hand flashed with a red radiance. With the faint sound of wind and thunder, He streaked across the sky like a meteor. No. Ernst's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Boulder's head flew up like a rubber ball, rolled a few times in the air, and fell heavily on the ground. The headless corpse fell down powerlessly. The soldiers of the Sacred Legion and the Holy Roman Empire were stunned. In the next moment, their faces were filled with extreme fear. Some of the weak-willed people had already collapsed. Help! Run! Even the experts of the sacred domain had died. So what did they amount to? In the face of danger, everything about the holy war and faith was thrown to the back of their minds. At this moment, human instincts took over. Run. Run far away and never come back. This was the only thought in the hearts of those soldiers. They did not care about the orders of their superiors, nor did they care about the sharp blades in the hands of the supervisors. They fled. Run, someone shouted. First, the army of the Holy Roman Empire began to flee, followed by a small number of people in the Sacred Army with weak wills. Bastards, don't run, go back. The supervisors of the Sacred Legion shouted. They raised the weapons in their hands and wantonly killed those cowards who fled. This caused even more waves, and some of the soldiers began to fight with the supervisors. At this moment, there were no strong or weak people in the Holy Roman Empire. Everyone seemed to have gone crazy, running away as fast as they could. Even the supervisors could not control the situation. A sorrowful atmosphere shrouded the hearts of everyone in the Holy See. On the contrary, the people in the Undercity cheered loudly. They held simple weapons and killed their way out from the corners. Together with the Scourge and the Necromancers, they wantonly counterattacked the Sacred Legion. The Sacred Legion was also killed until they threw away their armor, let alone the soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire. They had already thrown away their weapons and ran for their lives. Those who could not escape knelt down and begged for mercy. Kill them, drive them out. At this moment, the chief judge of Guangming, Nord, ran to Pope Ernst's side and said sadly, Lord Pope, we've lost. Let's run. Pope Ernst looked as if he had aged a few decades in an instant. He looked at Nord blankly. Run? Where can we run to? Will the Scourge Church let us go? Pope was right. In this holy war, the Holy See had given their all. Not only did they send out all the strong people of the Curia, they even ordered the Holy Roman Empire under their control to send out troops. They used all the strength of the church to attack the Undercity, but they still could not escape the fate of defeat. At this moment, Ernst felt disheartened. Failure was not terrible. After this war, the evil forces would dominate the entire continent. This was absolutely unacceptable to the Holy See, whose mission was to destroy evil. As long as we escape back to Mount Hygel, we can at least save our lives. Nord said word by word. We still have a chance. Yes, Your Majesty Pope. It will be too late if we don't leave now. Ivan, the chief judge of Guangming of the Holy See, also wiped the blood on his face and said, So what if we save our lives? Are you sure they won't come to Mount Hygel? Ernst looked at Nord and said quietly, Nord was speechless. I'm not leaving. I'm the Pope of the Holy See. As the spokesperson of God Guangming in the human world, I can't back down in the face of the evil forces. At this moment, Ernst was unexpectedly stubborn. He straightened his back and his face showed his determination to die. Come on, run over me. Pope Ernst of the Holy See, I don't mind becoming a preacher. I believe that the forces of justice will eventually exist in the world. Evil will wait to be cleansed. I won't be the first, and I won't be the last. Evil will be destroyed. Guangming will lead mankind. Ernst said loudly, Your Majesty. Nord and Ivan were stunned. They never thought that His Majesty Ernst would say such words. At this moment, Ernst let out a long sigh. This holy war against the Scourge Church, from the pride at the beginning to the failure at the end, no matter what, as the Pope of the Holy See, I have to bear the greatest responsibility, Ernst said and laughed bitterly. I, Ernst Ray Haydens, am determined to take responsibility for this matter and resign from my position as Pope. After saying that, he slowly took off the crown on his head and handed it to Nord. Your Honor, you can start the impeachment process and remove me from my position. Your Majesty, now isn't the time to talk about this. Nord didn't take the crown, that was handed to him. At this moment, he turned to Ivan, his face darkening. "Ivan, take His Majesty Pope and leave first." Ivan was stunned. "Your Honor, you hurry up and leave." Nord glared at him. "Leave the situation here to me." "Yes." Ivan gritted his teeth, picked up Ernst, and left. His movements were extremely fast, and in an instant, they were far away. "Let me go." "I won't go." Ernst struggled and shouted, but was helplessly picked up by Ivan and taken away. "You want to escape?" Too late. How could Hamelin allow Pope Ernst to escape? With his intelligence, he naturally understood that if he didn't kill the snake, there would be endless trouble in the future. The Scourge Church and the Holy See had long since reached an irreconcilable state, and there was no way to undo it. "Death's hand!" Hamelin shouted loudly, and countless black fog spread out from his body like a huge dark cloud. From the dark cloud, a huge hand reached out and grabbed at Ivan. "Your opponent is me." At this moment, in the Hall of Judgment of the Holy See, Nord, the chief judge of Guangming, moved. He shouted loudly, and the long sword in his hand exploded with a sharp cold light. "I'm the chief judge of Guangming of the Holy See, the Hall Master of the Hall of Judgment, Nord. In my name, I am in charge of the world's laws and protect the world's justice. With my body, I will become a sharp sword and judge all evil." At this moment, a trace of determination flashed in Nord's eyes. Sword of Judgment. A sudden holy light filled the space between heaven and earth. Nord's face was full of piety. He raised the long sword his hand high and slammed it down. Suddenly, a pure and holy light burst out. It was as bright as the sun. Under the illumination of this powerful light, all the haze seemed insignificant. Hamelin's expression changed drastically. "Ron, be careful. Don't take it head on." "Yes," Ron responded. He held the bone shield in his hand and ran away. The power in front of him was far beyond his imagination. The bone shield could not block it at all. However, Ron did not understand why Nord suddenly burst out with such a powerful force. Boom! The blazing light shone in all directions. The flames emitted by the holy sword continued to burn and spread, covering a radius of 10 miles. It was completely enveloped. The surrounding space power surged. No matter what material it was, under the burning of this raging holy flame, everything was turned into powder. The two abyss bone dragons summoned by Hamelin and Ron could not dodge in time and were swallowed in an instant. The two bone dragons wailed and turned into ashes in the powerful holy flame. The light finally dissipated. In the burning air, there was still a trace of heat left. On the ground, traces of holy flame burned stubbornly. The scorched earth emitted bursts of green smoke. Nord floated quietly in the sky, still maintaining the posture of the long sword slashing down, motionless. Ron looked at the sky. Suddenly, his eyes widened. This, in the sky, Nord was already a corpse. His body gently drifted away with the breeze and slowly began to disintegrate. Ron finally understood why Nord suddenly burst out with a powerful force beyond his own strength. It was because this was the power of faith. This power was similar to Ron's soul ignition, but it burned more thoroughly. In order to obtain this power, Nord offered up his body and even his soul. This was his devout faith. This was the power of justice. Putting aside the hostile position, Ron could not help but feel deep respect for this old man. In any case, in this world, there were too few people who were brave enough to sacrifice themselves. There were even fewer people who sacrificed themselves for their faith. Nord was one of them. Quietly watching Nord's body gradually turn into dust until it disappeared, Ron's heart also stirred. He was thinking, in this world, what was justice? What was evil? What was the relationship between them? Who would define justice and evil? Guangming was holy, and darkness was evil. This was the universal law of the universe. Ron was originally a small civilian in Maple Leaf Town in the west of the Holy Roman Empire. In the territory ruled by the Holy See, many of the residents of Maple Leaf Town were devout believers. Since childhood, the teachings of the Holy See had always influenced him. From his stories in the Holy See, Ron learned for the first time what was justice, what was sacrifice, what was dedication, and what was faith. Ron also once had the same faith as Nord, but not as firm. But now, he had embarked on a completely different path. When Grandpa Zari, who loved him the most, died, Ron resolutely abandoned the teachings of God Guangming in order to take revenge. He chose evil, chose depravity. He learned necromancy, cultivated soul power, and embarked on the path of the strong. He fought against the Holy See until he established the Scourge Church. Whether he was willing or not, he was bound to stand on the side of evil. Looking at Nord, for the first time, Ron was shaken by his original faith and felt uneasy about the camp he had chosen. Could I be wrong? Ron murmured. He asked himself this, and a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. In a trance, Ron saw a huge angel slowly descending from the sky. He spread out a pair of huge wings. Unlike other angels, his wings were black, and his naked body was covered with black, evil patterns. His originally resolute and holy face was evil and ferocious. This was the fallen angel described in the Holy Bible who had abandoned his faith for the first time. Ron had such a feeling. He felt that he was the incarnation of a fallen angel, and that one day he would even take everything he once believed in. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.